on Everybody ready? Well, where's Gary? This Gary's, yeah.
Good to see you. I'm here. Good to see you. Oh, absolutely.
Okay, it is 11:03. This meeting is now called to order. The special meeting, October 2nd, 2025. While the meeting is being broadcast via Zoom, oral public comments may only be provided live at the City Council chambers. The City Council meeting is available for instant translation in over 60 languages using Wordly. You can access it via mobile phone, computer, and video displays by scanning the QR code located on the title page of the agenda in the upper right-hand corner. So back to today's business. City Clerk Gazetta, please take the roll.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Here.
Councilmember Chua.
Here.
Councilmember Lamb.
Yeah.
Councilmember Lien.
Here.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm here. Thank you. And now, considering Councilmember Han Lin's request to appear remotely pursuant to AB 2449 and authorize the council to accept public comments remotely on the at the October 2nd, 2025 meeting of the Milpitas City Council. Let's see. So we have public and call on staff and acting city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. We received this request immediately before this meeting. Councilmember Lien requires remote participation pursuant to Government Code Section 54953F2F2A2 for personal and private temporary physical accommodation. My office has reviewed that request and is compliant with AB 2449 in my office's opinion. Councilmember Lien, I have to ask, pursuant to AB 2449, whether there is anyone over the age of 18 present in the room with you.
No.
In which case, Mayor, then what we need is a motion and a second to approve or disapprove the request for emergency participation and allow remote public comment.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so thank you, everyone. So it was moved by Councilwoman Evelyn Chua and seconded by Vice Mayor Barbadillo. So let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Lien.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Okay. Thank you for that. So now let's rise
Thank
for the
you.
Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. Okay, so now I am going, if there are any speakers, I will give them 3 minutes. So is there anyone?
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor, and then online there are no hands raised.
Okay, and is there anyone in the public? Okay, so seeing none, we'll move on to conflict of interest and campaign contributions by city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I asked the mayor and every other member of the City Council whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on today's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
None.
Councilmember Chua.
None.
Councilmember Lamb.
None.
Councilmember Lien.
None.
Mayor Montano.
And I am none.
Thank you, Mayor. I further asked the mayor and every other member of the City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on today's agenda, or contributions received from any development project applicants for development projects on today's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
None.
Councilmember Chua.
None.
Councilmember Lamb.
None.
Councilmember Lien.
None.
Mayor Montano.
None.
Let the record reflect no reported conflicts. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, now the Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct. I will read it. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Use electronic devices appropriately while on the City Council dais. Disclose conflict of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Okay, so now moving on to the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any changes on the agenda? If not, I need a motion and a second. Let's have a Vice Mayor.
Approve the agenda.
So it was moved by Vice Mayor Barbadillo and seconded by Councilwoman Chua. So let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am aye. Next, we'll move on to the consent calendar. The staff have any comments or?
This is one item I sent the council an email last night that the event takes place on Sunday, and there was this request, so we took advantage of a timely submittal to council so that it wouldn't have to wait and be a retroactive item to consider. If there's any questions, it's fairly straightforward. If there's any questions, we do have Renee here to provide any responses.
And this, I'm not clear on that. What event are you talking about?
There is an item on your consent calendar. It's a $500 waiver for an event. I believe it's an alphabet program at the library
Oh,
that
okay.
it's reoccurring.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a request for the fee waiver at $500 level. There's dollars in the fund, and we're putting it forward before the Sunday event.
Okay, thank you. All right, so is there anyone else that have any changes? We have Councilmember Chua.
The agenda.
Is there a second?
Sorry, it's move to approve the consent calendar. Is that correct, Councilmember?
Consent calendar. Okay, there was a motion to move the consent calendar, and is there a second? If not, I'll second that, and let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Okay, thank you. So now the agenda items, City Council priority setting, and this is Matt, Assistant City Manager. We'll give the report.
So I'm going to start first by just kicking off and then introducing our facilitator for the day. I want to first thank the City Council. I know this recommendation to have a prioritization process and look at the goals for the city happened in short order, but this was actually a really good exercise for the organization to see where we are, where we have been, and what needs to take place in order to move forward. And one of the structural shifts of this of the program is that we have included some work plans. If you look at the packet, we included an article on best practices of council prioritization. You'll see that some of our items in the packet already begin the shift. For example, we have work plans for the fiscal strategy effort so that everyone can read about the schedule and what the key milestones are to attain to all of the fiscal strategies. I do want to make sure that as a follow-up to this, we do the same for other priorities so that you have access and there's transparency and continued alignment. As well as keeping what works for this organization. The council has an effective policy on prioritizing referrals and different items to follow up on. And what we've done is we've leveraged off of that policy and present you today with moving forward with various referrals underway as well as newly proposed. In addition to that, the council will have an opportunity to fund specific items with one-time funds and refer more complex or ongoing items that require ongoing dollars to the budget process either for mid-year or fiscal year 26-27. This allows for us to integrate the work of the fiscal strategy into all of our strategic efforts which is foundational for and highly important for our fiscal foundation. I think I've said this before, I'll say it again, that if you have a strong fiscal condition for the organization, many things can flow from there. And that's a great opportunity to introduce the work that we've completed. Next steps, as I've mentioned, are the work plans. I do like the idea of continued follow-up with the council, and more importantly, as the article suggests, to audit our policy priority process and how the council manages referrals and makes improvements to the process and the policy. So we will add that feature after. So with that, I want to invite Sean Spano to come up and introduce himself. He's a familiar face, and we'll start with the presentation.
Very good. Thank you, City Manager Santana, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. It's a pleasure being with you again. The last time we joined together was July 1st at the Council Governance Workshop, and I'll be referring back to that periodically throughout the day. So you do have your packet. And at the beginning of the packet, the first item is the agenda, not the public agenda for the full session today, but the agenda specifically for the priority setting portion of the meeting today. You'll see where obviously we have 11 a.m. start time, and we don't have a specific end time. We're going to go until we get it all done. I don't think we're going to be here through the late afternoon today, but we'll see how today shapes up. So what are the purposes, and this is picking up on some of what you heard from Manager Santana just a minute ago. The purposes of today's session: receive and discuss a presentation on physical conditions, strategy, and work plan efforts. We will review, prioritize, and approve, and you will approve, council referrals using a two-step prioritization process. And we're going to talk about that a lot today in terms of getting a review of the referrals and a very detailed review of the prioritization process to make sure you're all good with the process before we actually do the voting and do the ranking. And then approve and direct staff on appropriating one-time funding, and these will be for the high priority items that factor out of today's discussion. So the agenda there is in front of you. In just a minute, we're going to hear the fiscal strategy and current work plan priorities presentation. And I will say before that, we have a little warm-up activity. Warm-up exercise. It's on the slides, and the slides are in your packet. One of the questions we'll just make this very brief. What are you most proud of? What has the city accomplished so far in 2025 that you're very proud of? And then anything that's concerning for you in the work of that the council is doing and the work that the city is doing. So we'll do a quick little warm-up exercise in just a moment. After we do that, we will receive the strategy, fiscal strategy, and work plan priority presentation. And then, as I mentioned, we're going to spend quite a bit of time reviewing the council referrals. We're going to review them in several different iterations. You have referrals that are completed. You have referrals that are underway. You have new referrals that are new to today, and then you have some referrals that need to be reprioritized. So again, we're going to go through that very carefully, very slowly to make sure you understand exactly what the referrals are and how we'll be doing the prioritization process. Then we will do the prioritization process, 2 rounds. In the first round, voting, what's in, what's out, and then the second round is ranking. High priority items, important items, and nice to have items. We will, after the voting, we'll confirm the prioritized referral list, and there is an opportunity to make adjustments based on what comes out of the voting and the ranking, and we'll walk you through that. And then we will confirm the items that will come back to you at the mid-year budget review to give staff an opportunity to provide a little bit more analysis and costing. So with that said then, we can move on to the next slide. Everybody okay with the agenda for today? Everybody good? I'm seeing nods. Okay, so you saw this slide at the July 1st workshop. Leadership, organization, and fiscal resources. You'll see on the left-hand side, we're focused today especially on fiscal resources, but also a little bit on organization. What we touched on July 1st at the council governance workshop was good governance, and that really revolved around leadership. Leadership as demonstrated by the council? How does the council work together as a policy-making body, as a cohesive and effective decision-making body? What does that entail? What are the norms? I know the mayor, as you do at every meeting, you read your norms. We reviewed some of that. We walked through some scenarios. What happens in Pretendville, if you can remember back to July 1st, where there was Pretendville in certain situations that arise, what's the role of council? What's the role of staff? We spent a little bit of time talking about that. What's the relationship between council and staff, between council and the CMO? So there was a lot of discussion around leadership and the norms and what constitutes and what makes for an effective council, an effective staff, and effective council-staff relations. So we will talk about that a little bit today, but what I see is today we're going to move on a little bit more on focus on organization and especially on fiscal resources today. What I'm seeing today is an opportunity for you all, even though we won't be talking about leadership, to practice leadership. How does the council work today? You're going to do a prioritization process around your referrals. One of the things we'll mention a little bit later, the challenge of prioritizing referrals, there's always more community wants and needs than there are resources and capacity to provide them. So how does council work through those difficult decisions, make trade-offs, balance competing priorities? That means council you don't have to do this, but to make this an effective process, council works together effectively as a cohesive body, making these determinations and making these difficult decisions. So that leads us into not so much leadership today, more of the practice of leadership and not talking about it. What we will be talking about a little bit is more on organization. And as your interim city manager consistently tells you, the fiscal strategy, you're having a solid budget foundation is absolutely essential, because all these priorities, strategic goals, council referrals will not get done unless there is the budget to make that happen. So you need to have a good, solid budget. So Deanna, any additional comments here?
Sure. Under organization, I highlighted in bold a key message that falls very well with our work today, and that's that improved governance removes the chance of workplace chaos and wasted public resources. And with our limited resources, and as we plan and already have referrals underway, as well as our fiscal strategy, we want to make sure that our limited resources are well applied and strategically applied. On our fiscal resources, I put here that a well-paced strategy is required to yield resources and make informed decisions. You'll see today that in some cases it has already begun to yield resources, and that all of this work is for making informed decisions about moving Milpitas forward so that it continues to flourish.
Okay, so that's a little bit of context setting, and we're ready to move into our warm-up exercise, and we'll give you each an opportunity to respond to these two prompts. So, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, what do you see as the top city accomplishments so far in 2025? Put differently, what are you most proud of? And then follow that up with, what is the one thing about your work and the work of the city that is most concerning to you? Put differently, what is keeping you up at night? As somebody who deals with some insomnia, I hope nothing is keeping you up at night. It's just a way of phrasing the question more specifically. What are you concerned about? What rises to the top in terms of the work that you're doing? We can just do this popcorn style. Who'd like to get us started? Just responding quickly to the two prompts.
I'll go ahead and start. Thank you. So the top accomplishment for me in 2025 is allocating money for parks. Parks is really important for our community. And most of my decisions are, well, I think all of my decisions are always for the community.
Yeah.
It's always for the community. And that's what I'm proud of, because the parks is really important.
Excellent.
So it's a sense of well-being. And that's one of our priorities, well-being. So, what is the one thing, your work and the work for the city, that is most concerning to you? And for me, it's always, do we have enough money? Do we have enough money to cover everything? And, sometimes you don't. And so we have a huge wish list, that we could do, but the reality is there's only a limited amount of money that we can do. I mean, I wanted a community museum, that didn't happen. I wanted so many things for our community, and yeah, I think the budget is what keeps me up at night. So
Very good.
anyway, that's it. Thank you.
If you recall, before the July governance workshop, I did the one-on-one interviews with you, and I did ask, this is going back to June, what was a key issue for you that the city needed to address? And across the board, what I heard was budget, specifically around the budget deficit. So, and there's no problem with repeating some of what your colleagues say as we move through. Who's next? Who gets to go next?
I'll
Vice
go.
Mayor? Oh, go ahead.
Is that for the vice mayor or for me?
No, this is for you, council member.
Okay.
You're up.
What am I most proud of? Balanced budget for this year and the next year. What keeps me up at night is how we make our staff and all the employees happy so that they would stay around, and devotion. So.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Excellent. Okay, next. Vice Mayor?
What keeps me sleeping at night about the city is our structural deficit.
What are you most proud of? What do you see as a key accomplishment from the city so far in this year?
I believe that we started by trying to address these concerns, and it's ongoing
Excellent.
so far.
Very good. Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sean. What keeps me up at night is the deficit. We're bombarded with surrounding cities, like yesterday, Hayward just imposed a 4% reduction of pay because they are totally in deficit. This morning, Rivian did their quarterly report, and even though the revenue, the number of cars increased, but their projection for the year is low. That's why their stock is low, because it's the expiration of the 7,500 EV incentive.
Yes. Yeah.
So those are the things that keeps me awake at night, because it impacts the revenue of the city.
Absolutely.
And that means it impacts staff, it impacts our services.
Very good.
And what I'm most proud of is our basic function is to make sure that the residents, businesses, and properties are safe. And when we are doing that, and also the amenities and services are still intact.
Mm-hmm.
But we are faced with hard decisions, and every day it gets harder. So those are the things that I'm worried about.
Very good. And it's the challenge of being on council, as several of you have said. There are more community needs and wants than there are resources and capacity. So you have to make those difficult decisions and prioritize. Councilmember Lamb.
Okay. The top city accomplishment for this year, I would say balance the budget, and fiscal stability is important to me. We need to be fiscal disciplined. And also, I'm happy about we received the grant to continue Milpitas Smart. And we are able to give $5,000 to the local small business That's important. Yeah. Things that concerns me. Sorry, structural budget deficit and fiscal financial sustainability. I'm worried about the next few years. The deficit keep on increasing. I also like to see some stability on property crime. There are lots of reports, residents reports to me about little things, property crime pops up here and there. We need to stop that. And we need to be really financial stable in the next few years.
Very good.
Yeah.
A real consistent theme here around budget and finances, in addition to parks and public safety and amenities for your community, a real strong theme here around budget and making sure that you have a solid fiscal strategy moving forward around your deficit and that you maintain a solid financial foundation. Absolutely critical. And as I mentioned, I've worked with your city manager for several years in several different organizations, and she always puts this as the top priority. And that segues very nicely into our next topic, which is the physical condition, strategy, and current work plans. And I will note that in Appendix A in your slides, those are the work plans. You have the fiscal strategy work plans. We won't cover those directly, but we will cover, Deanna will cover the fiscal condition and an overview of the strategy. Deanna.
So if we can go to the next slide, which is very familiar with you. You last saw this in June as the council approved a balanced budget. And indeed, as already mentioned on the dais, that it is balanced for 2 years. We do see that over the following 3 years, there is a $1 million deficit in fiscal year 27-28, 7.1, 28-29, and 29-30, 16.3. The strategy, as we talked about in June, was to provide some relief as well as a well-paced strategy for accomplishing, resolving the fiscal deficit over the next years. We are prepared as early as mid-year to begin the process of bringing down the deficit further, as well as during the budget development process to begin to resolve the structural deficit even more. I'll walk through some of these strategies that we have in place, as well as now that we have begun the work. In June, we had not begun the work, and the council was wise to appropriate some dollars that allow for us to bring in consultant resources for some of the work, such as the ballot measure and some of the organizational assessments. And you'll see some of the results of it as early as today. So let's go to the next slide, because I do want to also talk about economic uncertainty. It's come up already as part of what keeps you up, and some live examples from Councilmember Chua on what's happening in the real world. And so it's important as we look at the forecast to recognize that budget and budgeting is at its core forecasting. We're looking at all the moving pieces at once, taking in data from reliable sources, looking at trend expenditures for how we make sense of what's happening around us and how that meets our bottom line. And so I want to just talk a little bit about what the forecast assumption contains and what it does not contain. I think this is important as we look at the numbers and recognize what may hold and what may not. So this does not assume sale revenues from the economic benefits of Rivian. The organization has worked very hard to provide support for Rivian. Rivian has announced that by January it will be ready to operate. We know that what will happen after is sales tax revenues will begin to come at the rate we'll all learn together, given the news that we all have been tracking. It does not assume implementation of a successful business license, whether we need to wait until we get the results and we begin to provide more survey data. If you look at your work plan that's attached, you'll see some of the activity that we plan on bringing to council by December 2026, as we look forward to engaging with our businesses on what's the right balance of a business license tax. But we did not include it for either years of 2026 or 2028, which are our opportunities to go to the ballot for our voter consideration. It also does not assume staffing changes, either through changes in levels or through cost of staff or reductions in force or through hiring. And so that's important because we are a dynamic organization. Things come up and sometimes the resources that we allot for need to change. And so it does not include things that we just can't forecast with respect to staffing. It also does not assume cost savings from ongoing cost containment initiatives until we realize them. And so we just finished an official quarter of cost containment at full-fledged. And so we will be bringing back at the appropriate time the results of our cost containment to know what that means, not just in dollars saved in the fiscal year, but how to look at that information for future planning and future fiscal years. Enterprise funds and expenditures are also not included in the forecast. We have to look at those separately as those have different revenue sources as well as different expenditures. And the one that keeps me up at night is the one big beautiful bill and the federal legislative impacts. And I say this because we heard a recent presentation of the impacts to the Milpitas community. And what we learned is it's everything from meals and food distribution and shelter as well as medical support. And we are yet to learn the impact and what or how, such as with COVID, we need to pivot and provide resources to the community. One example that I think about is we already know that when people don't have access to medical insurance, they often call the fire department more for high blood pressure, glucose, migraines, or chest pains. That is certainly something that could be looming out there. And we also know that we have a community that relies on programs for food distribution, and that will also become an impact. So let's go to the next slide. I'm happy to report. Next slide.
Something's stuck. I'll be right there.
So I'll keep going. On slide 8, you have the fiscal strategy framework. You've seen this many times. The difference here is that we've added check marks to all of the initiatives that are underway. When you last saw this, this was a framework of our pitch of what we wanted to do. And everything is underway with the exception of the 3 items that require capacity and stabilizing the other initiatives that have been launched. One is a workers' compensation review to see how we can lower cost. That's in procurement stage. And the last 2, we need to work on the work plans and get the staffing resources and the goals of each of these and what our targets would be if we as we take those on. So those are 3 pending that for transparency's sake, I just want to recognize they are on schedule, but they're not yet vetted out and scoped and resourced. Well, let's go to the next slide. So as we've been working, we've thrown a lot of numbers around and we've scoped, resourced, and began to look at internally within the organization what this means for balancing the structural deficit. And we have began to project what's realistic with accumulating dollars from our fiscal strategy. And so these are targets. They continue to be refined. In some cases, some will move up as we continue to look. In other cases, some will move down. But for contract review, what you'll see today is there is one-time dollars through beginning to look at the 1,600 one-time dollars for beginning to look at the 1,600 contracts that we presented earlier on the work plan, and that has already begun to yield one-time dollars for council allocation and or assigning to the reserve. Through our organizational assessments, we believe through looking at the organizations, we can target $1 million. Proper charging to non-general funds, we think that right now our information and data support about $250,000. Our fee study work plan, which will be coming to in the December timeframe, perhaps mid-year, we hope to yield $100,000. That comes from recovering our cost to provide services for fees. And also cost containment strategies, we have earmarked 300,000, as well as fund review, we have earmarked 750. We are prepared for fiscal year 1 of reducing our current year expenditures at the $500,000. That's a real number that we know we can accomplish. And then for years 2 to 5, we anticipate over time, we know we have to put this in as a phased approach, so it will cover 2 fiscal years this year, as well as phased implementation in fiscal year 26, 27, to attain to $2.65 million. That requires that we look at the mid-year budget cycle strategically, but also we look at the budget development cycle for 26, 27 to position us to begin to knock out that 16.3 in the longer term. There is some new revenue, but we don't want to rely on it until we know that the voters have approved business tax, but this is a scenario of a very low-end business tax reform, as well as a low-end Rivian sales and leases. But obviously, we know that Rivian is poised to and positioned to begin generating sales tax. We don't know if they're going to be able to accomplish their year 1 agreement of 1.9 million, just based on the conditions that have changed. We talked about the HOA, the commuter lane, as well as the loss of the $7,500 credit, which we know will have an impact. That said, the fiscal strategy has a true ongoing material impact that will help the budget deficit get down. With even the $500,000 planned for mid-year, it will get that $16.3 million down to 13.8, and then your budget development work will get that down even more. So with that said, I wanted to pass this over to Matt, who generally walks us through the referrals, and he'll give us a snapshot of the referrals that have been completed, underway, and that are at before you for voting.
Before you start, we have Vice Mayor has a question.
On the last slide, please. So this is our strategy to work on in eliminating and balancing the structural deficit. Is there a portion of it that as a strategy to generate more funds other than looking at the organization and looking for funds within? I'm talking about what is our goals, what is our strategy with regards to increasing other revenue that would hopefully help balance the budget and eliminate the structural deficit. So is there a strategy for us to increase or try to or help businesses thrive and realize a higher sales tax revenue, TOT, and other outside sources other than the housekeeping efforts that we are trying to do?
Yes. So today you'll have before you the request for $150,000 of one-time dollars to revise the economic development strategy internally, and I can ask Alex to come up as well. We have been working on a small business development plan. We are going to convene as early as January different workshops with large businesses as well as small businesses to see what their needs are. We literally had a call about that this week. But we have made presentations of our interest in continuing the economic development strategy, as well as preparing a separate small business development. So Alex, I'm going to allow, if you will, please just provide additional comments.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. Alex Andrade, Director of Economic Development. Thank you for the question as it relates to revenue opportunities, revenue generation. I always like to say a healthy economy creates a healthy community. So thank you for thinking about the future. Would you like me to first focus on the small business development strategy or go into the economic development strategy proposal?
I would be great is share your workshops. You've had 9 valuable workshops that strengthen businesses and gives them core skills to generate revenue. Share the economic development strategy as well as your small business.
Right, probably a good closing to your presentation with all the beautiful workshops, right? What do we anticipate, even a feasible anticipation of a growth in revenues with regards to businesses, right? And of course, you can relate that to the study that was presented before with regards to the forecasts in the region on where sales taxes and TOTs is on the chart, right? So actually what I'm asking is, with all our efforts, right, what do we expect? Is it going to be something that would add up and help us balance the budget?
A few months ago, I gave a presentation on the economic development strategies return on investment, and that took place via council briefings. And just to get right to a real important economic impact, the city council approved $130,000 for the economic development strategy, which was approved by the council in 2020. And fast forward to today, that economic development strategy sunset in May of 2025. One of the significant impacts that we saw on the return on investment is we looked at a comparative analysis where we looked at all of the cities located in Santa Clara County, and we added Fremont. Specifically, the data points that we looked at included the following revenue sources: property tax revenues, sales tax revenue, transit occupancy tax, the hotel tax, franchise fees, and investment earnings. And when we looked at that analysis, the city of Milpitas was up near the top of the largest well-funded, I would say, cities around Silicon Valley. And that means that we were $20.8 million above the region. So it's significant. I do have to say there are, of course, other market forces, but the fact that we had an economic development strategy is incredibly important because it gave staff a work plan. We were very focused on small business growth, business attraction on companies like Rivian, of course, which we've discussed earlier, BD Biosciences, and other companies. Just yesterday, I had a conversation with Nate Carlson of Kane Partners. They just purchased a property in off of McCarthy Boulevard. They just spent $15 million. Last year, they purchased, or 2 years ago, they purchased a property where PsiQuantum now sits at 125,000 square feet. And that property cost over $30 million. So I'm confident that specifically our technology and advanced manufacturing industries will continue to do quite well. The market is changing. We are in a post-pandemic economy and things continue to evolve from people shopping online, people working at home versus going into the office. So things are evolving. Our strength in Milpitas is technology, but specifically advanced manufacturing. Manufacturing takes place on the floor, so those individuals or that workforce doesn't really have an opportunity to work remotely because they're needed to obviously generate these products. From an economic development perspective, I think Milpitas is on the right trajectory.
With that trajectory, is there, let's say, October last year, right? We have an assessment of how much Milpitas has generated in those sources of revenue that you mentioned, investments, sales tax. If we look at it today, it's a test to see what we had, with the programs that's been implemented by economic development, our efforts to help businesses would be a good indication if there is a movement or an upwards of revenues from October of last year all the way to October this year. So I understand, right? We are thriving in efforts through programs and help with businesses. But what I'm trying to look at and to decide what else we need as a policy is an indicator. Is there a good indicator as to numbers from last year? We made our efforts and as of today. So for example, let's say we generated 20 million last year in 2024, same month, right? In the revenue sources for business. Is there a number that we can see now to see, oh, there's an increase, our strategy is working, our work plans are, doing good, and there's going to be an upwards projection. So is there something that we can show, for the peace, so that we can all sleep at night, right?
We definitely want you to
right.
sleep at night.
Yes, we're doing all these in-house efforts that has been presented, and hey, it's working. Things that we're doing is helping us generate more outside of what we're doing now.
There is, and if I can, and request that, can staff come back with some of that data? Or are you requesting this information just now, just anecdotally or testimonials? Or you're looking for hard data?
Yes, it's just like, looking at charts, right?
Sure.
This is what we made last year, same month. This is what we're currently making. It's just that you don't need to come back. It's just, it's a thought, right? It's a thought that would test if the other strategy, other than what's presented, which is trying to build economic development, will be of help in balancing the budget and eliminating the structural deficit.
Thank you. I believe City Manager Santana is going to share some
Sure,
thoughts.
yeah. I'm looking for, there was a recent biweekly where I did include some HDL sales tax information. So I'll look for that and just recirculate that. But what we could do as a follow-up is we're meeting with HDL on Friday. We can get some updated, refreshed information and just show the council again where we're at. But I will recirculate that report that included the HDL information.
Okay. And so what will include sales tax revenues as well as property tax revenues?
Right. And I think you mentioned at least 4 or 5, and those two, right? Sales tax, property tax.
Yeah,
sales,
investment earnings,
right,
as well as franchise fees and transit occupancy tax.
I do want to ask for Alex to help refresh my memory, but I do remember that when our recent review, just speaking to the industrial lands and the value that they have for Milpitas' fiscal bottom line, is I do remember they moved up in terms of their role of generating revenue for the city. I'm hoping you can take it from there.
I can. Thank you, City Manager Santana. What our city manager is referring to is a geographic view of sales tax revenues, and specifically our southwestern employment area. Think of Highway 880 and the Creek on the west side, Highway 237 north, and Montague Expressway on the south side. That geographic area was number 3 in terms of sales tax revenue generation when you look at the top 6 geographic areas. But starting in Q4 of 2024, we saw a pretty significant change. That southwestern employment area became the number 1 sales tax revenue producing area. That's important because previously it was the Milpitas Metro specific area. And I know you know the area really well. We have a pretty large building where Great Mall sits. There's over 200 retailers that are located there that generate significant amount of sales tax. But now we're seeing our industrial employment areas do even better than they've done in the past. So that's one of the reasons why I feel really optimistic about our strength being in advanced manufacturing. So that's why I wanted to make sure, City Manager Santana, that I included the property tax revenues, because that's really important. As we have new businesses that are coming in, they're also bringing in equipment. And that equipment is really, really expensive. So it allows for an increase in property tax revenues. And oftentimes, like for example, BD Biosciences, they require new equipment every 3 or 4 years. As that new equipment comes in, property tax values generally increase.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So I also want to make a comment that, to me, Economic Development Department is one of the most crucial departments to start bringing in revenues to the city. Because if you don't have the revenues, you're not going to be able to provide services for the community and even provide employment for staff. So it's very crucial. We have brought up some creative ways of bringing in revenue, and you know, for example, we have properties that could be rented out. We also have events that we need to start getting some sponsors. You know, all those little things, they do add up. So if you can look into that. Thank you. We have Councilmember Lamb. What's wrong?
Yeah, this is almost a follow-up question from the mayor. Besides sales tax, property tax, and all other tax, we also have property, as the mayor mentions. What other means do we have to bring in revenues besides sales tax, property tax, and if you exclude all the tax and rental, what other means do we have to bring in revenues?
There are permit fees. There's various other mechanisms, but I will look to my colleagues to.
Sales
perhaps
tax, property tax,
Yeah.
transit-oriented tax.
I'm saying exclude all the taxes,
Aside from the.
Licenses, fees.
licenses, fee, yeah.
One of the, California is restricted in terms of how its ability to generate revenue. That is, it started back with Proposition 13. But beyond licenses and fees, it pretty much is through some of the taxes, as well as grants, both competitive grants and formulaic grants. Luce, did I miss any? No.
Is that it? Thank you. All right. You can continue, please.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Matt Kano, Assistant City Manager, and I'm going to turn it over to Sean in a moment, but just wanted to briefly indicate that this is the portion of today's meeting where we're going to be talking about the council referrals that have been prioritized in past prioritization discussions, as well as new referrals that we received from you since our last time we've prioritized, and talk about how do we sort through all these, talk about what's being completed, what is still underway, and how do we rank and prioritize them. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sean.
Okay, thank you. Two quick points here. We have the department heads here, and just as you indicated with Alex, they're here to answer any questions that you have and provide background information and knowledge. And then I also need to mention that we do have a lunch break. We're going to work through some of the referrals here. Maybe in about 20 minutes or so, we'll take a lunch break, and just 30 minutes, and then we'll be back at it. So on this slide here, I'm going to turn it over to the Assistant City Manager, Kano, in just a moment, but just the big picture here, you've got 55 total referrals. Now, these referrals, of course, are these one-time requests from council members. We're going to distinguish those from your strategic goals. We'll do that a little bit later on. And also, the referrals are not the strategic goals. You have work going on with your strategic goals. And then, of course, thinking of the iceberg model, you've got all the everyday services that are being provided to the community. And those are not council member referrals. So you've got a lot of work going on, and then you have these additional referrals that you, of course, are making based on what you're hearing and seeing and needing from your constituents and what the community needs. So categorizing these referrals, you've got 16 that are completed. We're going to identify what those are. Obviously, there's no voting or ranking because they're completed. You have 23 that are underway. These are 19 of the 23. 19 have been resourced. They're in progress. And then you have 4 that have been prioritized through the council policy prioritization process previously, but they are not currently in progress, and they'll be reprioritized later in the session today. And then you have 16 new council referrals. These are referrals that were made at council meetings, and then through this process, I know that the deadline was September 8th to submit new council referrals. So with 16 completed, 23 underway, and 16 new, you have a total of 55. And now I'm going to turn it over to Assistant City Manager Kano, who's going to walk you through the referrals. And we're going to go through the referrals multiple times in different iterations to make sure you're very comfortable with all of them, where they fit, where they are, before we do the voting. So we'll revisit these referrals again, but now here's just the overview of them in those categories.
Thank you, Sean. And we've, as we know, we've completed a number of projects and council priorities and referrals over the years. The 16 here are those items that we've completed since the last prioritization session in May. There's a much longer list of referrals that are completed in the past that we can that we include in those in our quarterly updates to you on prioritization, and we can always resend that to anybody if interested on what happened to a past project or when we completed it. I'm not going to go through every single item on here. I did want to note that I'm going to go through these slides, and then we also have our leadership team here to answer any more detailed questions on any of these items if you have questions. I'll quickly just cover a few of these completed referrals. The Scouts, number one, the Scouts at the council meetings to conduct the Pledge of Allegiance. That is happening on a regular basis at our city council meetings now. And has been great to watch those the young kids of Milpitas getting that experience. Number four, renaming Milpitas Library. That was a massive event, so appreciate everybody's involvement in that and the leadership of the mayor and city council to rename the Milpitas Jose Estevez Library. And that was a great event and a great turnout. Establishing the community choir, the process to select the choir and director is currently underway, as was approved in this past budget process, and so that should be established soon. Number 11, revised council code of conduct for electronic devices. This was an item that was completed at a recent council meeting as well. This next page is for referrals that are underway, and I wanted to point out that there's two pages here, so there's 19 total, and I'll walk through each of them quickly. I did want to indicate that there's some gray shading on here, and you'll see in the footnote. So as Sean mentioned, there was a process prior to this current work plan session where we sent you a web form for new referrals that you would want considered at this meeting. And the items shaded in gray are those new referrals that were submitted in that web form by members of the City Council as part of today's meeting. We've organized these into buckets. So bucket 1A is referrals that are underway, and that's what I'll cover right now. We're not asking you to vote on these referrals later today, but we're absolutely here to take any feedback and questions. However, since these next 16 that I'm going to cover are underway, we're not asking you to rank or prioritize or vote on them. We're assuming that they are in process and underway. Information memo on project management. This was a referral in the last budget process. We will be distributing that by the end of the calendar year. Citywide overtime was also raised during this last budget process, and we are undergoing a review of our overtime usage in the city, and we'll be providing a report to the City Council in the near future on how that review is progressing and any findings that we may find. Number 3, evaluate city reserve policies and compare to regional agencies. This is something that we annually during the budget process, we do share and discuss the city reserves. And we will be doing that again during this upcoming budget process early in the year, likely as part of our mid-year budget cycle. So we can compare how we are doing as a city in our reserves compared to other like jurisdictions in our area. Number 4, review options to increase Milpitas Assistance Program subsidy. So this was, even though this idea was brought up as part of this study session, but it's already something that we received direction to pursue as part of the last budget cycle. And so it was already work underway, and we'll be coming back to council in the next 2 months with some suggestions on how to increase the Milpitas Assistance Program subsidy, which provides reduced utility rates and recreation registration fees for a certain segment of our population. Number 5, Escuela Parkway Traffic Safety Review. This is a recommendation that was prioritized by the mayor and city council, so we can take a look at the traffic conditions in front of Milpitas High School and on Escuela Parkway, or on Escuela Parkway. We recently, I think it was last week, reviewed a pretty detailed conceptual report from the consultant with Public Works, and Public Works will be bringing that report to the Transportation Subcommittee of the City Council in the next few months for your feedback and consideration of next steps. Number 6, schedule workshops for small businesses. So as City Manager Santana mentioned earlier in the response to an earlier question on the budget, our team is working on a small business strategic plan. Small businesses are the backbone of our fiscal situation and of our city in many different financial and social ways, and it's very, very critical that we support them and that they thrive. And so our economic development team is leading a series of workshops for local businesses and has already implemented many of those and is going to be continuing to do that. We're going to have stakeholder group meetings to receive feedback. As we know, we had the Micro Enterprise Assistance Program that was referenced earlier to provide certain small businesses extra subsidies. And so we're continuing to work in a number of different angles to support our small businesses, including these workshops. Number 7 is flood mitigation near Milpitas Jose Estevez Library. Public Works has actually just completed an initial study of what it would cost for us to fix the situation so that after every atmospheric river, we don't see ponding and flooding on the street in front of our library. Unfortunately, given the elevation of the street compared to the elevation of the drainage system, there is some pretty significant physical changes we would need to make. There are some options. And ultimately it will cost between $2.6 and $2.8 million to fix this. This is not something we currently have in the budget. However, future grants or federal or state earmarks we could look to in order to get this fixed, because it is something we need to ultimately fix for our community. Number 8, mural art on pillars on Great Mall Parkway. Our city was a leader in changing the state law regarding ability for cities to implement murals. That law change is sitting on the governor's desk for signature as of right now. We expect it to be signed in the very near future, and once that happens, we can recontinue and restart this process. Number 9, analysis of city permit process. This is something that was brought up as a large priority by the mayor and city council, because it is really important that our customers who we serve, who are small business owners who are renovating their facilities or developers who are coming in for large projects, that they have the best experience here in Milpitas. We're a great city, and we want people to continue to have great experiences when they work with us. And I'm really proud of the work the team has been doing and is already doing, and we are taking a look at what can we continue to improve in this process, especially as we implement our new technology system and land management system. Number 10, review and revise affordable housing ordinance. This is a priority for the mayor and city council, and right now we are working on a developer guide so that the existing ordinance can be better understandable and better implementable for our development community. In the future, we may also want to look at changing our percentage requirement for affordable housing, but our current focus is on making our ordinance much more understandable and implementable, which will facilitate development in a number of different ways. Number 11 is a use AV vehicles, driverless vehicles for smart rideshare program. This is something that was actually proposed as part of and appreciate Jay, our planning director's leadership on this, as part of our recent $2.7 million grant that we received from VTAs to implement AV, our autonomous vehicles into our SMART program. And so you'll be hearing more about that as we work on that in the future. Synchronizing traffic signals on Calaveras, Landes, and Dixon Landing Road. Staff is working on that. There's portions of those roads that we control and portions that Caltrans control, and Public Works Director Dorenzo and his team have implemented some of these changes already and are continuing to evaluate and implement this and work on Caltrans to have them fix their portion of this as well. Number 13, improve outreach to residents about the My Milpitas application. We are looking at the My Milpitas application that many of us use to report potholes and other things that we see in the city or our residents see in the city that they would like repaired or fixed. And we're working on relaunching that because we want to make sure we get much, even a higher utilization of that application for our residents. Number 14, organizational culture change to set example for local cities to emulate. This is extremely important to us as an organization that we have the best culture here in the city of Milpitas, whether that's our staff, our elected officials, and how we all work together. And so it's definitely something we are continuing and will always be working on. One example is we had a council governance workshop in July 2025 with our executive leadership team, our mayor and city council. We've had a handful of trainings internally within the administration led by Kelly Parmalee and our HR team on supervising and skill building. And our leadership team, who are all here today, we meet on in person on a weekly basis to discuss operational strategic planning issues. And so this is continuing and will always be a focus of us as we work together. Control expenditures to save general fund monies. This was discussed pretty deeply by the city manager as part of her part of the presentation. Is something we're continuing to work on in order to keep our spending as low as possible as we look to better our fiscal situation as we move forward. Main Street infrastructure projects, we have $750,000 in earmarks from the federal government that we need to spend or obligate within the next couple of years for Main Street. We had originally applied for that money for lighting on Main Street. That won't be enough for the street lighting project, but Public Works is looking at options, and we'll come back to the mayor and city council with a proposal on how to use that money for, will have to be used for infrastructure on Main Street, possibly for something related to traffic signals or sidewalks or paving, and they'll provide some options to the city council in the near future and to get your direction on that. Citywide pickleball site review. This was provided through a city council meeting, city council direction. Public Works and Recreation are reviewing options, looking at where on our park system we may be able to put additional pickleball facilities in the future. And also, great news, you may have seen recently, there was just an announcement that a new indoor 16-court pickleball facility is scheduled to open next spring at McCarthy Ranch, a private facility. Business license reform, staff is preparing for a potential ballot measure in November 2026, and there'll be more information coming to you over the next year on that work, and culminating in a city council meeting where you will vote whether or not to actually place that on the ballot. Milpitas Food Pantry Review, this was city council direction from last year to take a look at the hours of the food pantry. We have been working closely with them, and they have gained compliance with county regulations and have initiated and are in the process for the city permit and business license, and we continue to work with them as we move forward. So I'm looking at the time. I can go through these next items. It would probably take me about 10 more minutes, or if you'd like to break, you want to continue for about 10 more minutes?
Mayor, if you may turn on your microphone.
I think 10 more minutes would be good, and then we'll take a break. Councilmember Lamb?
Ask a question on bucket 1A.
Yes. Oh, sorry. It's a mayor's choice.
Let's go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mayor. I have a question on number 13.
That's the outreach for the My Milpitas application.
Yeah, the improved outreach to residents about the My Milpitas app. Yeah, you guys saying there's a relaunch on January 2026. Is that including event notifications to residents?
No, council member, it doesn't. Right now, that app focuses on residents providing items that need to be repaired or fixed, or graffiti reporting, potholes, park signage, et cetera, that needs to be repaired, and a two-way communication with us and between the resident and us on the status, so that we the relaunch does not include additional notifications from the city on. But I'll ask, I don't know if Charmaine or Daniel's here. Charmaine's here to provide, or the city manager wanted to provide some information too.
I was going to invite Charmaine up because we do provide information through social media, as well as those that register for information from the city on events and what's taking place throughout the city. I know Charmaine worked very hard to just add 2,500 new email addresses, but if you could just talk about the events.
Yeah, I talked to a lot of residents, and they it's kind of sadly their feedback is they don't receive much information from the city, especially events. So they really want some kind of event to be posted. Especially a lot of people are using the My Milpitas app, and they feel how come there's no event notifications if they download the app and use the app.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. So thank you for your comment, Council Member Lam. So we approach it through a multi-channel outreach. So you've mentioned that there are no notifications. So currently, as Assistant City Manager Kano explained earlier, the app currently isn't structured that way. But at the moment, the way we disseminate information is through various communication channels. So whether it's the newsletter, where we inform them how to get to My Milpitas app, through social media posts, and we have like 5 really good communication platforms, like using Nextdoor, even on LinkedIn, X, Facebook. And so in addition to the new database that we've just put together, and we're constantly building that out, and so that automatically gets pushed out to residents, and of course the website as well. So when we think about the relaunch, it's going to be pretty much the same structure, except it's going to be, and I'm sure Daniel would be able to explain more, it's going to be a new and improved experience. But when it comes to like a two-way communication, it's not currently being designed to be structured that way. That makes sense.
Yeah, no, I understand, but that's not what I wanted. I really want some kind of notifications to our residents if there's an event happening, because too many people has talked to me about how come, there's an event, they're talking about past, like, there's an event a week ago, and there's an event a month ago. I'm not aware of those events. So it's just a lot of people want to know what kind of events been going on in Milpitas, and they are not notified.
One of the things that we've talked about is before we launch My Milpitas is to do another round of email gathering. So if they have an email address, we can definitely give council members the information of where to email so that they can get on the communications and push and get the information pushed out to them. If they have Facebook or Instagram or any other of the social medias, we can give them our channel so that they can link into that and start following and get notifications. I know that in other cities, the My Milpitas app works like See, Click, Fix. There is an opportunity in other cities where you can link into the city's main web page, so we can look at that. And then I know for my See, Click, Fix, you have an opportunity also to check if you want to receive the status of your complaint, right? If the city will automatically tell you if it's open or when it's been closed. And so those are features we will look at for January. But it's important that anyone wanting information for events, that we get information how to communicate to them, right? Because so much we can push out, but we need either we need for them to follow us so that they can get the information as we push it out, and we can work on making that better connection.
Yeah, currently on My Milpitas app, there's a button for events, but it doesn't do anything. When I click on the event, it says 404 page not found. So we need to improve that. We already have a placeholder. We need to expand on that.
Yes, Councilmember, we'll look into that events link that's available on the 311 app. We'll make sure it goes to the city's website, and which also, as our PIO mentioned, there's various different areas that we communicate these events information. So we'll see if we can make all those links very accessible through the My Milpitas app.
we need to make that happen.
And Councilmember, just for reference, the calendar, which I understand you're bringing up a broken link, but the calendar that you're talking about that My Milpitas app would link to does allow people to sign up for notifications from that calendar. So it sounds like it's just a linking error that you're bringing to staff's attention.
Yeah, it's been like that for months. So we need to fix that.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was confused at first. So My Milpitas app is that, are you talking about the work order or events?
On My Milpitas app, if you scroll down, once you get in, you see report issues, Caltrans service requests, and so forth and so forth. If you go all the way to the bottom, you see events. But it's nothing that happens on it. Doesn't go anywhere.
Okay, all right.
Yes, Councilmember, I see
So we
that.
need to get a new app, so.
It's been there for many, many months.
They'll
Okay,
fix
we have
it.
Councilmember Chua that
Thank
was.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Lam. I look at this My Milpitas app. It's more on more statistical analysis, meaning how many we opened this last month, how many were completed, how long did it take to complete, what areas were the request was assigned to. I think I've mentioned this before, but we need to figure out, this helps us to gauge, to measure the services that we provide. And I've been asking for this for a while, more on statistical analysis. What type of requests, which department, how long did it take? It didn't take very long, and any outstanding. I think it should be done on a monthly basis. So I don't know who do I have this to refer to? Okay.
Thank you.
City manager.
City manager, you have any?
Look at that as part of the relaunch.
Right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is that it? Okay, you can continue, please.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. And so I have 3 more slides of the referrals, and these are the ones that we're going to be asking you to vote on and prioritize after the lunch break. And so there's 16 items, there's 8 on each page here of the new referrals that are not currently, City Council has not provided direction to make them priorities. So there'll be a process on voting on these 16, of which of these are the highest priority that we'll cover after the lunch break. So number 1, update mural program policy to allow for enhanced commissioner input. Number 2, revise youth scholarship policy to expand eligibility criteria. And as number 3 is explore expansion of smart transportation services to San Jose International Airport. And it was also asked recently to possibly expand this request to Regional Medical Center. Number 4 is the Ring Doorbell Initiative, where it will be a program where Ring doorbells could be purchased by the city and provided to neighbors, assuming they would link up and cooperate with our police department as needed for the use of those videos. Number 5, add 3 police patrol vehicles to be driven by low-cost volunteers and drivers. On this one, this is an example, and you'll see in our notes, we put that if we were to implement this as it is written, it would, there's a lot of logistical labor and possible legal challenges. However, if an item like this was prioritized, we would absolutely come back and provide an analysis on how we could meet how we could and what it would cost to meet the objectives of a recommendation such as this. Number 6, create status update function for citizens to track their police reports that were submitted online. And a similar comment you'll see in the notes on this one. Number 7, add function to online police report system to allow for citizens to upload photos and videos for submitted reports. Number 8, install AI cameras to police patrol cars to detect issues, stolen vehicles, potholes, etc. We do have a note here that the city of San Jose actually just launched something very similar to this with AI cameras on their some of their transportation department vehicles. On the next slide, we have 8 more. Is build a hospital in Milpitas. There are, of course, this would be costly. There are different ways that this could happen eventually. One would be through a private hospital, and the private market would drive where that would be and the need for that. Another would be the county to build another hospital in Milpitas. That is market driven as well, and as we have seen from our recent presentation from the County of Santa Clara, they are really focused on keeping their current hospitals funded and aren't expanding hospitals at this point in time. And the third option here could be a city hospital. The government code would require that. However, it would require us to get in a new line of business and require voter approval and significant funding resources. Number 10 is strategic land acquisition revenue reserve. We have an existing reserve of approximately $700,000 in our budget. And if this were prioritized and funding was added, this would just supplement that reserve to continue to identify properties that the city could purchase to increase and enhance revenue generation over time. Number 11, Storefront and Crime Prevention Business Initiative. This is a referral at a council meeting where we could expand our current storefront grant program that is currently focused on improvements on storefronts on Main Street to more of a citywide approach that could provide funding for security improvements as well for certain businesses that would qualify. Number 12, City Council Community Fund. This would expand the eligibility for right now. So backing up, right now we have $25,000 annually. That can be used as either donations to nonprofits or to subsidize fees for their use of our event space. We just had on the consent calendar and agenda an example where that funding was used today. If this moved forward, we would relook at that policy and possibly expand the use of that policy to be available to more people under certain conditions. And again, that is something that we would expand and look at that policy if this were prioritized. Number 13 is City Council Special Events Fund. Our main City Council, you're invited to a number of different events every year, and your attendance benefits the city in a number of ways from an economic development standpoint. And this would be a fund that could be used for certain events as long as they meet the qualifying criteria that council would approve to provide funding for your attendance at those events. Number 14, ADU permit subsidy. We currently have an ADU permit subsidy program for our residents. It was on hold for a while because it was oversubscribed, but we had some drop out, so we'll likely reinitiate it because we do have funding left. If this were prioritized, we could possibly add additional funding to this program. Number 15, public-private partnership for Street Festival in 2026. We've recently had requests from private party and as well as inquiry from some certain city council members about whether we can partner on a street festival in 2026 during the large FIFA event. However, this would require significant capacity and funds if we were to pursue this. And given the timing of the festival, they're requesting to hold it in June. It's the same staff that would be working on the 4th of July event would need to work on this festival. And so we couldn't do both at the same time. So if we did proceed with this event this June, we would have to recommend canceling the 4th of July event. At the present, we don't see this would be a massive revenue opportunity for the city. And we would need to determine whether or not we could provide funding directly to a certain promoter or whether we would have to go through a procurement process. Again, if this is prioritized, we will do further analysis on this and return, but we wanted to make sure council was aware of this initial analysis. Number 16, review flight pass over Milpitas. We've heard that there's been some more complaints and more activity lately over Milpitas regarding flight pass. There are certain regional groups that meet to discuss this, and we have also talked to the San Jose Airport, who's going to provide us some more information. If this item is prioritized, we would invest more resources into discussing this from a regional standpoint. So those 16 items are the new items that council has not prioritized yet for work. And we're obviously here before you start to vote to answer any questions. But if you wouldn't mind, if I could do the next slide real quick first, it'll be, so these are the four, so you After you prioritize, and we'll talk about the process after lunch, after you prioritize which of those 16 items goes onto the staff's work plans, we will then have a step where we ask you, of those items, what is the highest priority and what are those more nice to have items, and we'll go through that process later. But these 4 items are items that are already on our priority work plan, but they are either at a stopping point or they have not been started yet due to staffing resources. And so we will ask you to reprioritize these as well. They'll stay on the list, but we'll ask you to reprioritize these level of importance compared to the other new items. A temporary police office on Main Street. I've actually split this into kind of 2 pieces. We are planning on including this in the request for proposals that we'll eventually distribute to turn our South Main Street properties into housing. But on an interim basis, we're also looking into options for a temporary police office on Main Street. And this will be talked more about in the funding slides later. Develop fentanyl policy. This was prioritized at this last May meeting. We have not had the capacity to start work on it yet, but we, as you know, we are currently experiencing less than average opioid overdose incidents, and emergency calls for opioids are about 1.2% of our total EMS calls per year, and we have implemented programs in our police and fire department for fire apparatus and patrol cars to deploy Naxalin as needed within our community. Plan small business open house. The intended focus here would be to educate and inform our business on how to participate in city procurement of city services, in addition to the other business initiatives we've already talked about that we've been working on, and revise and expand our animal cruelty ordinance. So again, these 4 items, we'll just ask you to reprioritize in level of importance. They are still, though, on the list unless you remove them at some point. So with that, Mayor, that may be a good opportunity to take a break. And I would just say before those last 3 slides that I covered are those items that we'll be asking you to vote on later. And so if you have any questions before the vote, we'll be available for that after the break.
Okay, any questions? If not, we can take a break. We have Councilmember Chua here.
Thank you, Mayor. Would it be prudent for us to look at these 16 items and see which one we can eliminate later after the break?
I think,
Yeah.
so
It depends on the sponsor. If the sponsor thinks that there's no need to even put it on the priority, that would make it smaller items. You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
Something to think about.
Yes, and I would have to ask Daniel, our IT director, to think about that as well, and we can maybe talk to you after the break whether we would be able to reset the system at this point. Because
we'll just skip it like we did before.
If not, we could just ask the sponsor could maybe ask the other council members to maybe, hey, I don't want to sponsor this, please don't vote on it. That might be the easiest way.
Right, that's what I mean.
Yes.
Okay, we'll decide after the break. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, let's take a break.
How long is the break, Mayor?
Yeah.
We have a
30
30-minute
minutes.
break.
Yeah, we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Okay,
We will convene at 1 o'clock.
got it. Thank you.
Once we know, we can get it done, right?
It's just like it's a prerogative. If it's of jurisdiction, it doesn't matter. Right? So
They're capturing your words up there. Ooh. Something that's sensitive that's, is there a microphone? Oh, the mayor's mic.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, we are returning, and I guess staff would go ahead and continue where you left off.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Again, Matt Kano, Assistant City Manager. So as part of today's process too, we're also asking for your feedback on the use or the potential use of some one-time funds that are currently available for allocation. We're not asking you to necessarily allocate all of the funding today, but we after we go through a prioritization workshop or ranking process for the highest priorities, there are certain items that are high priority that you may wish to provide one-time funding to, and we'll talk about that again as we go forward. However, as a summary, we wanted to provide this summary to you about the one-time funding that is available, as well as the next 2 slides after that on some possible potential uses of that one-time funding. So on the slide in front of you, you'll see we have $3.3 million available in one-time funding, as you know, but just to clarify, one-time funding means these are not ongoing funding sources that we can put towards ongoing uses. They're items, since this money is only available right now at a one-time basis, the prudent actions would be to use it for things that only occur once. Now, we have money left over from the Community Investment Fund. This used to be American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funding, but it is now general fund dollars, and we have about $472,000 that is available from savings from projects that have been completed over time, and this money is available to So Stratford School, $1 million. This funding is available as well to fund. So there's a development agreement between the city and Stratford for the development next to the Great Mall, and the $1 million that was to be provided for the city for community benefits as part of that development agreement has been received. When VTA built BART in Milpitas, there was an agreement that VTA would provide the city for a reimbursement based on damages to the pavement in the city of Milpitas from all the trucks that were going back and forth during the BART construction. And our public works and engineering teams negotiated a settlement with VTA for $840,000 that we received earlier this year. And then on $1 million for the fiscal strategy contract review. So as City Manager Santana mentioned earlier, the work that our finance department has done in collaboration with other departments has identified about $1 million in one-time funding that is available for a redistribution from older contracts. So in total, that is $3.3 million that's available for one-time funding. Next slide. So there are items that we're not asking you to prioritize as part of the other round, but we will ask today if you would like, we are recommending, and for your consideration, allocating one-time funding to these items. So improved security and maintenance at the library. So we do now have overnight security at the library 7 days a week. However, we did that on a one-time basis earlier this year or late last year, and that one-time funding is expiring at the end of October. And in order to continue that overnight security at the library, would require, it's about $100,000 a year. And so this $300,000 would provide 2 years worth of security and additional funding per year for other high priority maintenance needs.
Can I ask you, when did that start?
I'll ask Public Works Director Dorenzo to remind me when we started that.
The security at the library, because there still continues to be a lot of defacing and vandalism. So,
Good afternoon. So just to clarify, the contract was 6 months and lapsed on September 30th. So as of today, we don't have after-hour security. The contract funded 62 hours of security service a week, 8 hours Monday through Thursday, and 10 hours Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
it's not 24/7, it's just,
It's not, there weren't sufficient funds for 24/7.
yeah. Okay, all right, thank you. Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. I asked this question, Matt, Assistant City Manager. I asked the question during briefing if we are obligated to pay for the extended hours for Milpitas because the library has been paying for us because they have excess funds. Did we find out the answer?
Yes, thank you for the reminder. And I'll ask Director Lorenzen to come up and provide any additional clarification. But thank you for asking that again. So we are not paying for those extra hours this year. And if Renee could provide any further explanation behind that agreement.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, Renee Lorenzen, Director of Rec and Community Services. So historically, the city paid for the additional 17 hours that the library was open. The last few years, due to ERAF funds, the library has not needed the contribution from the city. We don't have any information that they will need that from us soon, but we do work with them annually to check in and make sure that ERAF is still covering those extra hours.
So we don't know if we assume that we're not paying for this year. Is that true?
We are not paying for this year.
Oh, okay.
Correct. Yes.
That's good. Thank you so
and
much.
Yes, and just so you know, we check in with them by December of every year for the next fiscal year.
That's good. Yeah. That's about 350,000 or something like that. A lot.
Yeah, it was when we were paying for it. It's probably a little bit more expensive, but we do stay in constant contact with the library district on this topic.
Good. We don't want that expense.
Correct.
We want the service, but we don't want the expense.
Yes.
Thank
Understood.
You.
Yes.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, just a friendly reminder, that's a 30-year contract with that bond or that measure that was for 30 years, so.
So the next item on the list is we have certain parks, Sandalwood is one, but there's some others as well that need improvements. And this would be a $200,000 reserve that would be placed in the CIP budget that could be used to as matching funds. Anytime you apply for a grant from the state or federal dollars, you're more competitive if you have matching funds. And so this would be matching funds for a to-be-determined park that the council would decide at a later time if there's a grant opportunity to apply for. The third item is Main Street. Main Street is vital. Main Street being successful means our city's being successful, and we really are focused on revitalizing Main Street. And we're going to have more detailed presentations from our planning department on Main Street and our planning efforts there later this month. However, this would provide $100,000 for ongoing improvements or other incentive programs that could be determined at a later time by the City Council for Main Street. Milpitas Youth Force Summer Job Program, our recreation team runs a very successful job program every year for our youth and partners and matches them to businesses and city departments so they get real life work experience during the summer. This would enhance the funding for that so that we can include more students on an annual basis. Expand the emergency motel stay. This would...
Can I just add to the youth summer program? That's a 2-year funding.
Oh, yes.
It's $80,000, but it would fund the program for 2 years for 20 additional students.
And then the emergency motel stay is the city council's had a program for a handful of years now where we have emergency funds that are available, and our social services team and our recreation department and our housing team as well. If someone is in dire need and they're an unhoused resident and they need, or they're other extenuating circumstances, this allows us to put them up in a motel for a period of time. This would provide additional funding, $100,000 to extend this program for an additional 2 to 4 years.
Just want to also share that it's not just for the unhoused, it's people that for some reason they had a house fire or some emergency, so.
Great point, Mayor. Thank you. There's other extenuating circumstances to make sure people that are housed maybe can stay housed and not become unhoused. The FIFA Super Bowl, as we know, the FIFA World Cup, Soccer World Cup, and the Super Bowl are all coming to our region next year, and there's a lot of work that we want to do to make sure that we can capitalize from an economic development standpoint on these events in our vicinity, since we're especially so close to Levi Stadium where they're being held. And so this will provide one-time $75,000 to fund events that would promote Milpitas during the FIFA World Cup and the Super Bowl. Economic development strategy, we talked earlier in today's presentation about the importance of being very strategic in how we approach and generate how we approach our business community to generate revenues and increase sales tax, TOT, property tax, and how our last strategy was a great guide that made us one of the more successful cities in the region regarding the increase in those revenues over the last several years. And this would be a one-time dollar amount to fund and to update the study, because our plan has ended, the term of it has ended. And so this would update that study to ensure as we move forward over the next 4 to 5 years, we're really focused on increasing those revenues.
Is one more question on that one, Seven. We're spending $150,000. Are we going to be receiving some type of benchmarks, report on if we get our cost recovery of that $150,000? I mean, I don't want to see $150,000 spent and then we only get like $20,000 back. I want to see a report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
I think all the council wants to see that as well. I think that's what you were alluding to, right, Vice Mayor, earlier? Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a really, really good point. Our existing, or the economic development strategies that just sunset did have performance metrics, but one thing that we missed is we needed to have a section related to evaluation. And so we've done an internal evaluation, but this next economic development strategy, should you council decide to move forward with funding, we will ensure that it has a robust, not only performance metric, but an evaluation so that we can come back to you to let you know how things worked.
Thank you. Council Member?
It should include what you expect of it. And did you get what you expected to get out of this strategy? I think that's what everybody's trying to say. I mean, whatever that is. I mean, what is your goal? Did you meet your goal? Is it material? Is it, I don't know. That's up to you. And the other, that was my input on that one.
Yes, what we would do if you all decide to move forward with the funding is we would have not only business stakeholder meetings, but we would have community-wide workshops and also meet with you all, City Council, to get feedback and suggestions like the ones you just
But didn't you
included.
have that before, like your 5-year, 7-year plan already?
Yes, we did. In terms of, just wanted to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, in the scope of work for the consultant to ensure to do that body of work? Is that your question?
I'm just curious because I've heard this before, like there's a plan for economic development strategy. And we did this about 2 years or so ago, if I remember correctly. And did we meet our objectives there? Is this new? If we didn't, is that why this is on the list? I don't know.
We can redistribute the briefing information that we shared about the return on investment of the economic development strategy. We did have some charts that outlined some of the economic impacts. But in addition to that, one of the things that I'd like to get from the economic development strategy is the market has changed a lot, as we all know, as post-COVID, particularly with office and the use of office and the real estate market around that. I think for that purpose alone, we need to get a fresh set of eyes on terms of what does this indicate for us strategically for Milpitas, and then also the fast-paced growth of AI, right? And how do we seize that moment in the economic development strategy? And so it really, the great thing about our local economy is that it changes very quickly to pivot, but we really need to get that integrated into what do we do? And so that's what I expect from it is how do we address AI as well as look at the new world of real estate and office space?
Maybe ask the question,
Yeah.
what's in AI we need to develop our economic strategy?
Yeah.
That's another question that.
But let's we'll recirculate the PowerPoint that you have, and we'll check in and see if there's any additional questions.
Absolutely. And
Thank
just,
you.
yes, in most instances, we accomplish what we set out to do. This economic development strategy was a $130,000 investment. It did not sit on the shelf. It was our work plan, the Economic Development Office's work plan. 10 of the 64 implementation actions were part of business resiliency and recovery related to the pandemic, because the City Council approved the 5-year plan in May of 2020. So it gave us time to focus on business resiliency and recovery. In that respect, we exceeded expectations. In other instances, as City Manager Deanna Santana mentioned, there have been unknowns based on moving from a pandemic to a post-pandemic economy. The shift from working from home is a really important one. People aren't using office the way they used to. The industrial base, as we indicated earlier, is strong, but we need to really sit down and focus on, yes, what's next? AI, data centers, things of that nature are important for us.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
I have a question for Matt on item number 30. Where is this? Oh, number 6. Is this the 75,000? Is that for a consultant or is that for promotional marketing?
Thank you.
Materials.
Director Andrade can address the $75,000 and the use for the FIFA Super Bowl. And Alex, is it for a consultant or what are we going to use this funding for the $75,000 for FIFA Super Bowl?
Staff was directed to develop a plan. We have a plan, and in some instances, we've been able to share that with some council members through council briefings, and other instances we haven't. So hopefully we'll be able to do that. Yes, it would be used for a variety of things. It could be programming, it could be licensing, and we're trying to do everything in-house and not bring in a consultant thus far, but we would need funding likely for the location.
Right.
Yeah. I can give you a little bit more detail if you're interested in what we're
I
talking
just
about.
want to know what will be the bulk of this 75,000?
Yeah,
Where will it go?
programming, logistics for events, but we're trying to do most things in-house if possible. We're actually still developing. We have a plan, but we need to add information on the cost, which obviously is very critical.
Okay.
Ask a follow-up question. Does that include, I know that in order for the cities or agencies to use their brand, we have to pay them. So does that money include that?
Mayor, I think you're referring to a licensing fee. So just yesterday, there was a deadline to ensure that local communities submitted a interest form, and we took care of that. So it's not until December of 2025 that the Bay Area Host Committee will begin to work with the NFL as well as FIFA to determine who would get a license and what the fee is. We don't know what that fee is today, but if we go back to the 2022 FIFA World Cup, it was based on the number of people that were participating in these outdoor viewing events. So it went anywhere from $1,000 to $10,000 for just the licensing fee. So part of the $75,000 could go toward that.
So I was just going to say some ideas that that we'd like to put before the council are lighting City Hall, having an event here at City Hall where we light with FIFA or Super Bowl colors, and using that as a small business opportunity to showcase restaurants and make it well known or by those that are staying in Milpitas, around the restaurants in the community, that they can visit. We're calling it Taste of Milpitas, where we invite the restaurants maybe in the rotunda or throughout City Hall campus, or trucks, food trucks as well, so that they can experience, and we promote our small businesses as well as marketing materials to make sure that we're appropriately represented at the airport, as well as in the hotels and businesses within the community. And then we did allow for, within this budget, is 2 hosted viewings to partner with businesses here where we could fund that. That's what I'm remembering top of mind, but we have some good ideas. We even have where's the mayor, and we'll talk with you about how we've committed you already.
That reminds me, how's that brochure coming along?
We have some samples. And I know we ran out of time at our last briefing, so it had been item number 4. We're just rolling it as we go through our briefings, but we have some samples to put before you and get your insights before we complete them.
Why don't we have a Milpitas FIFA Day? Maybe.
The city hall lighting and the Taste of Milpitas event would happen around Super Bowl, before the Super Bowl, and then during the June 2026 timeframe, Levi Stadium will host a total of 6 games. So it would take place during that month of June.
You can even do it like way before the actual games, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, the Shop Local campaign would happen earlier. Of course, the marketing and the branding piece would happen much earlier as well. And yes, I think you remember back in the spring, I think there was a kind of some humor used related to TikTok videos, and we kind of took that idea and created Find the Mayor, where the mayor would be followed by Polar Light, which is a camera crew. We'd utilize Smart Shuttle, and we'd have a nice sport-themed wrap around the shuttle, and we would go to various locations, bars, restaurants, and locations that have viewing parties.
Pretty cool. Kind of reminds me of, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
Yes. So
Okay,
we're going to have some fun with this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. We have I think William has his hand raised.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Does the staff asking us to vote for this today, or?
We will be later and it's up to the mayor and city council whether to vote for it today, but we will be asking you to vote on funding these items later in today's session.
Today's session?
Correct.
I thought this meeting is for the council priorities, and now the staff is asking us to vote for something differently.
Yeah, sure. There's,
Yeah.
right, so,
I feel like this is could be another time. Lots of this I hear what the staff says, and I'm not prepared to vote today. I don't even understand some of this clearly. We are spending money on something I don't understand, so I'm not prepared.
So the council, as part of the budget process, directed us to come back in the September-October timeframe with the proposed use of the one-time dollars. And so the prioritization process, we figured, was a good way to look at that, because you are looking at funding some of your council priorities today, later, those that can be covered with one time. However, there have been some recommendations that are in here where I'll use FIFA, the Continued Economic Development Strategy, where there has, or even the library security, Main Street revitalization, where there has been council sentiment of wanting to see the staff move in this direction. And so we are bringing them forward of what our estimated costs would be to continue to support these efforts. So for example, I've heard from you all in terms of issues around the importance of security at the library, and just some of the maintenance issues that are inadequate at the facility, right? So we put that there. FIFA, there's been a lot of excitement and discussion about that. We said that we would come back with a one-time dollar estimate that we have. We now have a plan that we've been providing in briefings. We've had a shortage for our youth fourth summer job program. We were able to find the dollars for this summer. But obviously, if we want to stabilize the youth, we're bringing to you today the opportunity to stabilize the program for the next 2 years. And so some of these already, they are initiated by staff, but they are a reflection of some of the goals that the council has put forward. It's your decision ultimately, but we were asked to come forward with the one-time exercise, and here we are today.
Yeah, I'd like to understand some of the items I don't fully understand. For example, the library, $300,000, including security and maintenance. But what I hear is only 8 hours a day during the daytime, and most of the crime not during the daytime. Why are we paying for something we are not?
Councilmember, I can address that. So the cost is $100,000 a year, and the security is during the evening hours. And so it's the after hours during the night that we have the security guards there present at the library right now, and that would continue. And just using the outside security company, the cost for that for 365 days a year is $100,000 a year.
But from what I hear, even we have this security, still vandalism.
Yeah, we're still working through issues there. But I think as of right now, the security, it was important for us to bring this in front of you today for discussion because the security funding will end at the end of October. And so there may not be another opportunity before then.
And the maintenance.
Christian said it ended at the end of September.
Oh, it's September. Sorry, I'm off by a month. Sorry, end of September. Yes.
Want to reiterate?
We're already in October. I knew it was the end of the month, but I thought we were in the September still.
Confirmed, there is no security service at the library after hours. One of the things we noticed was with the presence of unarmed guard service at the library after hours, the vandalism that used to occur, some of that has shifted during the daytime, right? So what we did, we were able to prevent all the vandalism that would occur at nighttime, but we didn't have enough funding to provide security service during the daytime as well. So we are now going back to the old version where there is zero security at the library, coupled with a little bit of nervousness that we are going to feel when we begin doing the elevator modernization project, and the elevator and all the hardware related to such was delayed, but that project is supposed to go live in November. And in a perfect world, we would have security service in place when we spend $500,000 on the elevator improvement project. So the security service is relatively reasonable when you think of the year prior to that. We actually spent $100,000 in mitigating vandalism that occurred at the library, right? So you could argue you're going to spend $100,000 in city funds. You can do it retroactively to deal with the vandalism that invariably will occur, or you can preempt that and try to mitigate that expenditure by having security. You also have the comfort that security provides to staff that cleans and maintains the garage as well.
Yeah, Christian.
Oh, yes.
I just have a quick question for Christian. When you say is your plan not to cover after hours, right? For the 300,000, right? So my question is, do you turn off the elevator during that time so nobody can use it?
The staff request is to continue the 6-month pilot project for an additional 2 years. That's the $100,000 a year. There is then $50,000 a year that is appropriated to the operation budget for incidental improvements and enhancements that we would undertake at the library. One of the library, there are two elevators. One of the cabs has been out of service, as you very well know now, for, I don't know, at least a year.
Right.
The other cab tends to function based on how it feels. It's very temperamental. And it functions 1 month and may not function the next month. All of the hardware for that cab is obsolete. So it's extremely difficult for the vendor, Coney, to actually find parts to keep that cab on life support. So the cabs are they're not safe, right? So if there is an intent by somebody to perform an act of malfeasance on the cab, he or she can very well break into the cab and do additional damage, even if we were to lock it. Yeah, but a lot of the vandalism occurs throughout the structure, in addition to the elevator. Right? Vandalism that you've seen up the stairwell, and especially pronounced up on the 4th floor. Yeah.
Something to think about.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I want to follow up with that. You know, we've already spent over $1 million on the cabs and probably spend even more, but it doesn't get to the root of the problem. And I've already mentioned that we have the showers there, so we do attract a lot of homeless folks there. And you know, it's common knowledge that a lot of the homeless use the library, you know, they for whatever reason, just to relax but ever since we brought the Dignity on Wheels, we've had a lot of vandalism, graffiti, and there was a time when the city had to evacuate because of the bed bugs, and that was a couple of years ago. So the root of the problem is that we need to find another secure place to have the Dignity on Wheels, because most of the people that they're coming from outside, we're providing them a good service. And that, to me, that's the root of the problem. We need to, instead of spending the $300,000 every 2 years, every year, we have to start being realistic and just, be truthful and being honest. This is what's going on, and what we need to get to the root of the problem, and that's what's going on. And we're spending millions. How much have we spent on that? To fix the elevators, and the next week they wind up getting broken again. So how much have we spent? We've spent over $1 million, I'm sure. And be honest.
So the elevator modernization project, $506,000, $510,000. I can't recall off the top of my head.
For one time, that's one time.
That's
We
for
fixed it.
That's for new cabs, which were needed anyway, right? Because the old ones were obsolete. So, all I know off the top of my head is that the year before the security was put in place, we had spent $100,000 on greater vandalism needs within the library garage structure, and that includes the library and other things that were damaged. The fence is the gate to the side of the library gets damaged quite frequently as well.
Yeah,
So,
even the fence on the backside.
the backside,
it's
yes.
torn up. And they were building, having encampments up in the 4th floor. A lot of graffiti inside. So, like I said, we need to get to the root of the problem and just find a secure, safe place. And I think that will take care of a lot of the problem. So anyway, thank you.
I'm going to ask Matt to provide an update. I know that we have already begun that process of looking at how to calm things down out there and look at Dignity on Wheels. So Matt, if you could just add some detail on when we plan on returning to council.
Thank you, City Manager Santana. So we have a location on a city-owned property we think will work. We're actually finalizing some details this week. We're talking to Dignity on Wheels to make sure to ensure that location works for them, and I anticipate it will. And so I anticipate by the end of next week, we'll provide an update to the City Council, and I'm optimistic it'll be a positive update with the new location. And the goal would be to start that new location the first week in November. And so we'll provide a detailed update to the City Council by the end of next week.
Okay, great. And remember, this is where families, they take their kids there, and our library is one of the most utilized libraries in the whole county. according to JPA. All right, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. If I look at this list, the only thing I can vote for is number 4. The others are uncertain.
We have a.
It's okay. If that's a follow-up to Williams, it's fine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Lam. I can speak a little bit about the emergency motel stay. On my first year on the council, that was almost 5 years ago, I was able to raise 14,500 because there was a need for the needy to have a temporary motel stay in case they are recovering from sickness or they have a job interview, they need to relax and maybe a few days to take shower, get ready for the job interview. And also it's a place, it's a time where they can they can recuperate from being sick coming out of the hospital. And that was the main thrust of this emergency motel stay. And then it evolved to families that are staying in cars and they need a break. And they can stay for a few days, no longer than 1 week, right? 3 days, right? And it's just a place for them, a safe place for them to have a good bed, bathroom, and it evolves. And we have been servicing a lot of our residents. That's the original intent of this motel stay. And that I think that 14,500 that I was able to raise, we didn't use it up until like 1.5 years or 2 years, right? Until the program became popular, so we needed more money.
Yes, we started with 13,000. We used a good portion the first year. It helped in the second year. And the program has expanded, and we do use about between $21,000 and $22,000 a year now on the program, providing stays. People that are in emergencies, they can get 1 to 3 days. That includes, as Councilmember Chua said, people who are living in their cars that need medical attention. A lot of people that are unhoused or released from the hospital with nowhere to stay. So it gives them privacy. It gives them a clean environment to heal. We also place people who are in domestic violence situations that need to escape their environment, families that are in cars. There's a myriad of reasons why people experience emergencies. Also inclement weather. If there's extreme rain, extreme heat, and it is unsafe for certain populations to be outside. So.
It's a good program. One of our best ones.
We have city manager.
Thank you, Renee.
Based on the conversation with Councilmember Chua, we estimated that these funds, and as well as Renee, we estimated these funds would last 4 years.
Right.
So it does stabilize the program for 4 years. However, we do know that HR1 will have an impact, and so it just allows for us to also be ready if there is a sudden impact. But this is planned based on current use of 4 years of funding for the program.
Okay, thank you, Director, and thank you.
Just a quick follow-up on piggybacking on your question to Renee. So I know that at that time, Vice Mayor Chua, she was able to secure those funds. My question is, who distributes the funds? I mean, do you guys give them to a nonprofit and then they distribute it, or do you guys distribute it?
So staff distributes, but distributes not quite the right word. So the process is that if someone is experiencing an emergency, they reach out to our social services coordinator. There's a series of questions that we ask to identify the emergency, to make sure that they're currently residing in Milpitas. And then we book the room with the motel. So there is no exchange of money or voucher
to the person. It's directly to the place that they're going to stay. So depending on the level of the emergency, for example, if it's an inclement weather episode and it's going to last 3 days and this person it's not safe for them to live outside, they can get up to 3 days. If they want to organize more days on their own, because some do have sources of income, they can coordinate that directly with the motel that they're staying at. But
Okay,
there is
so-
no exchange of voucher money with
Yeah,
the
so
resident.
you do not, there's no middleman. It's directly from the
Correct.
city
Yep.
with the motel and then with the recipient. So there's no another nonprofit that,
Right.
okay.
Correct,
that's-
Mayor.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
All right, we have a Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Okay, so I'm just listening to make sure that I have understood and have the opportunity to decide on the recommendations. So on the library, so here's a question. So I've been in Milpitas for the longest time, right? And I've been to that library even when my kids were little. And the issue came about when there was a problem with the elevator, not so long ago, a year, 2 years ago. And then at that time, we attributed it to some sort of vandalism. And we just heard that we're going to change it anyway. So it was a one-time wrap of $506,000. And then I think it happened again, right? It's either it's a back work order, I didn't have any idea, or it's a repeat of the vandalism or anything. Then we spent on the elevator again, and then we put security on the library. So here's the question, because I would rather put $300,000 to increase the hours of the library unless it's direly needed to provide security for the library. So we've been providing, or have we been providing security, in-person security? No, not yet. Currently? Ongoing?
It ends.
It ends, yeah. It ends, yes. So we have a security present in the premises that ends September 30. Right.
Yes, it's terminated.
Right.
There is no security for now.
There's no security right now.
No.
No. So with our experience putting a live person there for safety and security, how effective would it be for us to be recommended to allot additional 3 years of that security for funding? So did we have any feedback? Hey, since September 30, whenever that ended or during even the presence of the security, were there threats of vandalism? Were there instances again, that equipments were stolen, equipments were damaged, anything like that? So what's the basis actually of us recommending $300,000 more and maintain 2-3 years more worth of a person security?
It's good question or questions. That I'm aware of, there was only one incident of vandalism during the 6 months that security service was being provided after hours, as opposed to that happening multiple times every single week. So that speaks to how effective it is. Now, conversely, what's happened is, folks have shifted during the daytime when you can come and go at your leisure, and they spend most of their time within the library, right? In a perfect world, there would be security 24/7. We have fixed half of that we've solved for half of that equation, right? And there's been, there was one incident of vandalism. 1 or 2 people were on drugs. They would try to break in through the side fence, and PD was dispatched by the security guard, and they were able to address that, mitigate that right away before it escalated into I don't know what, right? So and to be clear, the ask is $200,000. It's $100,000 each year to continue for another 2 years. The additional $100,000 is not for security. It resides in the facility operating budget so that we have an adequate budget to deal with incidental needs at the library. In the last 8-9 months, I think it's safe to say that everything across the board on the operation side has increased 15 to 20% in price, right? So that's not absolutely essential. It would be a nice to have. What I feel is essential is the continuation of the security service, which, quite frankly, as I mentioned, the city is going to pay for it one way or another. You either have security there and provides the extra comfort to some staff that do custodial and janitorial work, or we spend the money every year, as we have been historically, to fix stuff. You know, conversely, when we do try to fix stuff, we can't guarantee we will fix it the next day, right? We are beholden to the market vagaries, supply chain constraints. If something breaks, my staff, as much as they would want to, we may not be able to correct or fix something for many months.
Okay, I'll put that in mind when this is recommended. But I remembered something. You know, when that library came about, there's two measures with regards to funding. Maybe we would like to look at that. I forgot the letters of the measure, but I think that measure was dedicated for the spending of the library. It's still in available funds. And that maybe we can tap for whatever purpose we have. So that's on the library. I have a question, my favorite. It's the economic development, Alex. Number 3, number 6, and number 7.
So that's the Main Street revitalization, the FIFA Super Bowl events, and economic development strategy.
So, as I said, you know, you always have my support because, you know, I believe that this is one of you know, the important source of revenue to be financially well. So the question is, when we approved the budget last time, right? There were programs, there were funds appropriated for some programs last year. When the last budget came about, right? There were asks of some funds by your office with regards to some programs at the time. I forgot what it is. We can revisit the history. When we approved the budget, during the budget sessions, there were recommended funds which were approved and part of the existing budget. So now there are funds being asked again, right? Now sourced from one-time funds. What I can directly probably conclude that it's for your office is at least 6 and 7. Economic development strategy for 150 and the FIFA small business promotion, right? So what is the difference of number 7 to what has been funded before? Is there something that's more now? Is it a continuation of that fund that we provided before with the preliminary program or vision that your department had?
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for that question. I'm trying to figure this out because the Office of Economic Development, myself, I did make a internal proposal to fund the next economic development strategy. And internally, there seemed to be some support, but the more we learned about the structural deficit, we then pulled back. So we did not then, it did not make it to the larger, wider conversation on the budget with you all. If there's other programs.
I remember the other part of the detail. So we were looking at each other because the question was asked about the economic development strategy, and I believe at that time it was priced at about 175, maybe 200,000. And the council during its discussion said, tell us what the rate of investment was, right? What did we get out of making that investment? And since that time, the mayor's nodding, so I know that since that time, Alex has presented during the briefings what the rate of investment was and what was returned and some of the economic activity that resulted in the wins. And so additionally, he's priced the market for an economic development strategy, and we found $25,000. We didn't find, we made available $25,000 in the economic development budget in case the pricing goes above the 150. So we try to get it down as possible. Now, am I refreshing your memory where you can take it on?
Yes, you are. And in
Okay.
case
The
you are
then
interested.
150 or this 150?
We found $25,000. We identified $25,000 from a portion of Alex's budget that can absorb adding on if it's more than 150. But after bringing the return on investment slides and working with the council, we felt comfortable as we come forward with the one time to put in front of the council the request so that we can update the strategy. But it sounds like Alex has more information.
I
so.
do, yes.
So
Just
the
to-
request now, I'm a little bit confused. The request then, or the request?
Council deferred action on taking up the economic development strategy until a return on investment was presented. And we've presented the return on investment through the briefings, which we can recirculate the PowerPoint presentations. And so we're bringing forward the request that in order to do 2.0 of the economic development strategy. So it wasn't funded as part of the budget, although it was discussed, yeah.
Oh, so it was never funded in the original
That
budget?
is correct. It was never
okay.
funded. We had a conversation, we didn't get there. And just to go beyond, a little bit beyond what City Manager Santana just mentioned, that $25,000 would be utilized from the Office of Economic Development's contractual services. So we wanted to self-fund a portion of it. And I do, if you're interested, I have information on regional costs from other cities and what they're spending on their economic development strategies, if that's of interest.
That's fine. I'm just trying to figure out if this is worth releasing for on the one-time funds. So another question is I remember this just recently that I may not be able to discuss it here. The CBDG, you have asked funds there, right? Before, but it has never been distributed.
We will.
Okay. Chris, help.
If I could weigh in too, there is a repayment of CDBG funds that we received from our revolving loan fund that's outside of our annual allocation. And we did put some of those funds towards economic development earlier this year, and we actually just received another repayment, and we'll be coming forward in the next few months to the city council to see if, and that's existing money we already have.
Okay.
So there's no issue. So we think it's fine, and we'll be coming forward to city council in the near future to see how you want to allocate that money. It can't be used on a study, but there may be other opportunities to support our businesses we can use that money for.
Okay.
Sorry,
So we
Chris.
did receive funds before.
We have, and actually as of just last week, all 40 applicants have received microenterprise grant of a little over $8,500 each.
Okay. All right, number 6. So if you look at the next slide, I'm a little bit, it's I think the council initiated proposed use of one-time funds. It's number 9 of it. You know, there was a comment, but this is slide 21, and it's talking about FIFA 21, right? It says there, you know, I forgot who initiated.
Yes, I haven't presented that slide yet, but yes, I put it up on the screen right
In
now.
relation to this, before we go.
Yes.
So here, it seems that it's about FIFA, how we promote the city and whatnot, and there was an one-time cost of $385,000. We'll discuss that in a bit, right? But what you look at the reason says there's no revenue opportunity for the city. So my question is, now there is a staff recommendation of $75,000 about FIFA. So if you're telling us here when that at present moment, I'm reading on a future slide, there is no revenue opportunity for the city for the proposed project. So how would we reconcile now your proposal to fund FIFA 75,000?
Yes, I'll start, and I'll certainly look at City Manager Santana to add here. So the conversation initially started around 2026 sporting events, the Super Bowl and FIFA. And recently, we were approached by a couple of council members and an interested party to host a street fair. And we thought that there might be an opportunity to have the Taste of Milpitas event that we were discussing earlier for the sporting events around the same time that the street fair takes place. So that's why you may see the the combination of a couple of those proposals. And I will stop there to allow
But
City Manager
the
Santana
comment
or
on
Assistant
that
City Manager.
number 21 slide says, it's of no benefits. Like,
So on the FIFA events that are planned by the city sponsored, those are ones that are going to promote small businesses, where we invite our restaurants and motels and hotels to participate in spreading the news on the activities of Milpitas, as well as the 75,000. If we are selected to host a FIFA watching party with one of our local businesses, then it would definitely bring attention to Milpitas. And so this is designed to promote our businesses as well as showcase our restaurants and celebrate with the community. The other event is an independent third party who provides food festivals throughout the region. They've done this in San Francisco and Santa Clara. And they bring in food vendors, and it allows for community gathering as well as regional gathering to celebrate in Milpitas. We've talked with them about our interest in making sure that our local restaurants are able to participate. However, in order to provide this, they require that the city underwrite the whole program, including insurances and traffic and things of that sort. So, excuse me, this is a somewhat incomplete. This is as far as we could go by modeling our expenses for the 4th of July for a 4-day event. What we've talked with them about is that it doesn't generate any revenue, because in the past agreements that they've had with other entities, they haven't asked for revenue sharing. So if we are interested in looking at revenue to recover some cost, we talked internally about selling alcohol, like having a third party or someone else sell alcohol, but we sell the glasses, the wine glasses or the mugs, in order for having a container. But the reality is, the generating revenue that would make it cost recovery would be very difficult under the circuit, based on what we've heard from them. And I don't want to share their proprietary revenue generating mechanism, but just based on what I heard from some of the revenue opportunities that they have, at most, it would be 60 to 150,000 of what we could anticipate. Mm-hmm. And so that is a concern, because otherwise it looks like a gift of public funds, and then you need to start talking about a conversation about what is the public benefit to give a gift of public funds of this magnitude. But it is not related to the city-sponsored events of what we're doing in terms of the lighting up City Hall and engaging with our small businesses in order to promote them during FIFA.
Okay. So what is our efforts to inform the businesses? Because, if you didn't tell me, I don't know if FIFA's going to come here next year, right? Inform them that, hey, be ready. This is our efforts. We're going to sell Milpitas, businesses be ready. So what's our programs for them? What are we trying to tell them?
Yes, so we're going to launch a formal shop local program, in which, as our city manager indicated, we want to ensure that businesses that provide services and products, so the way this would work, if I am a shopper, I would go visit 5 different businesses, and it would be in a passport type of a situation. So if I buy a product or a service, I would get stamped. And when I get 5 stamps where I visited 5 local restaurants, bars, retailers, I would come to City Hall, and we would be prepared to provide them a swag bag or some sort of a goodie bag. Mm-hmm. And the products in there would be sports themes. So we're trying to ensure that local people are obviously patronizing our local businesses, but also not just people that live and work in Milpitas, but we want to make this a regional effort as well.
Another item is we have brochures to show the council, some of which some council members have already seen them based on briefing schedule. And we would put a QR code so that you could use the QR code to look at where there are city events, where are the city restaurants. So by category, we could say if you're interested in burgers, right? Where's the best place sandwiches, right? And so that way, through really easy, having the brochure in the hotels at the airport, it's very easy to get information about how to use Milpitas and what our amenities are.
We are expecting our hotels to be very busy. So the Office of Economic Development will be working with our 21 hotels to share information, same thing, do branding and marketing for our hotels.
Okay, yes, also small businesses, those restaurants, let's tell them, hey, it's coming.
Yeah.
Be ready.
Absolutely. And we'll work with the Chamber of Commerce as well.
Okay, thank you.
With questions. Thank you, Mayor. The way I see this, what you spoke about, just like Vice Mayor said, and also Mayor, is to the 75,000, which is number 6 on the staff recommended, that is the one to get our own businesses engaged.
Precisely. That's exactly right. So that would
But
include,
this 385 is an event that we have to pay an organization in order to hold 3 to 4 days of businesses from all over to come to Milpitas and do a
street fair.
street fair.
Yeah.
And that is the big difference. We're paying them.
You have it absolutely right. This is a third-party independent
Exactly.
group that sees value in coming into Milpitas. But one thing that's important for us, they've indicated that they would likely bring in 200 to 300 vendors. We would like to ensure that those vendors also be local businesses.
Right. The problem that I heard from the briefing is that there is a logistic issue in terms of the dates that they wanted and the staffing that we can provide. So that's the big issue. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I want to check in with Councilmember Lin. Are you still there? Okay, good. Do you have any questions,
Absolutely.
comments?
No, no questions. I've seen the materials that staff presented at the briefing.
Okay.
I'm very happy with their work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll continue, staff.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm not going to read this list line by line, but I just want to say of the 20 items that will be in a few minutes asking you to prioritize, 10 of them we have cost estimates for. And so those cost estimates are on this list. And so we'll be asking you for those that you prioritize as high priority items today, whether you want to add the funding today to those items or not. So these items, I've covered these all in prior slides, and we can come back to this slide as needed.
Yeah, just to go back to Councilmember Lamb's question, the Main Street revitalization, it does include, I believe, the activating Main Street was a former council referral or policy priority. And so that does include bringing back activities like street eats, providing the necessary support for that. So it is directly linked to something that's already been previously.
Okay, good. Yeah, because the whole intention is to revitalize economically and physically. Okay, so what do you want us to do now?
Okay. Hopefully you're seeing the referrals and you're already thinking in your minds, okay, I'm really high on this one, I'm going to vote it in, this one I'm not sure about. And so we're going to do one more pass through the referrals and also include the one-time funding packaged under the strategic goals. So this gives you one more chance to review the referrals and the one-time funding requests before we do the actual voting. So what you see up here are your 7 strategic goals on the left-hand side. Those should be very familiar to you. And then on the right-hand side, principles for strategic planning. Now, we're not doing strategic planning today. We're prioritizing council referrals, but these do apply to the prioritization of referrals. A strong physical foundation makes all priorities possible. Strategy requires a well-paced plan. You can't do everything at once. Realistic goals need to be aligned to the organization's staffing resources so that you can actually accomplish them. And then the last one, organization works towards common strategic goals where council staff are aligned on what the goals are, and then council holds staff accountable for implementing those goals. So what you have on the next slides, and I'm going to go through them relatively quickly, are your strategic goals all 7, and then one on each slide. And you can go to the next slide, please. And then you'll see underneath, those are the one-time funding requests that Matt just reviewed for you. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see the council referrals that have also been reviewed, organized by category: completed, underway, new, and then to be reprioritized. And then the new information here is in green, the supporting departments that would support those one-time funding requests as well as the referrals. Now, what's important to look at here is you can see on the right-hand side, just under community wellness and open space, you've got quite a few council referrals underneath there, and then obviously 3 one-time funding requests. So as you're going through and reviewing and thinking about how you're going to vote on those referrals and vote on those one-time funding requests, you can see how they line up to your strategic goals. And I'll come back to that in terms of the relationship between strategic goals and referrals in just a minute. So quite a bit going on under community wellness and open space. You've got those, again, multiple referrals and then the 3 one-time funding requests. Okay, we can move on to the next slide, economic development and job growth. A lot of conversation today, and not surprised under our warm-up exercise, how important the budget is, how important economic strategy development is, new sources of revenue. It shouldn't be surprising that there's a lot of activity here. The staff recommendation and council initiated one-time funding requests, you can see they're all listed there. And then on the right-hand side, as in the other slides, under the strategic goals, completed, underway, new, and to be reprioritized, and then your supporting departments. So again, a lot of activity, and not a surprise given the conversation so far today on the importance of economic development given your budget situation. Next slide, please. So under the environment, you can see there's not a lot of activity here, given the one-time funding requests and your council referrals. 2 council referrals and 1 council-initiated funding request under the environment, your environment strategic goal. We can move on to governance and administration. You've got 2 council-initiated one-time funding requests, and look at all the activity there under referrals. Couple of them completed, but you've got quite a few council referrals underway, and they're big-time items here too. You've got the business license tax reform, and then looking at number 23, controlled expenditures, and City Manager Santana mentioned this earlier in terms of her fiscal strategy presentation, control expenditures to save general fund money. There are, I think we counted them, 13, was that right? 13 items underneath, 13 action items underneath that controlling expenditures council referral. So a lot of activity under governance and administration. We move on to the next slide, public safety. Public safety, not mentioned a whole lot today, but we know it's a council priority, and we know that from earlier conversation that this is a high priority for council. You've got 3 one-time funding requests, all council initiated, and then 1 has been, referral has been completed, and then you've got those several referrals, new, and they're all new referrals under the public safety strategic goal, obviously police and fire, but you've got several other supporting departments here as well. We move on to the next slide. Neighborhoods and housing. You've got 1 staff recommended one-time funding request and 1 council initiated. Again, these have been reviewed as well as the referrals on the right-hand side. So you've got quite a few, a lot of work has been done on the referrals under neighborhoods and housing. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 referrals are underway, currently underway under this strategic goal. No new goals under neighborhoods and housing. Next slide, please. Transportation and transit, a little bit of activity, but not a whole lot. No one-time funding requests here. And then, as mentioned earlier on those referrals, you've got several underway, 4 referrals underway. And then there's the 1 new referral on the expansion of the smart transportation services to San Jose Mineta Airport. We can move on. I think should be, nope, that's it. Okay, so that gives you another pass through your council referrals and the one-time funding requests. And again, located underneath your strategic goals just to see how they balance out. So, as I mentioned at the very outset today, the prioritization challenge for the Milpitas City Council, but this is for any city council. I've never worked in a city where they had more resources than they had community wants and needs. It always goes in the opposite direction, and I believe the mayor even mentioned that at the outset. There are more needs and wants in the community than you have resources and capacity to provide them. It's just the reality of the situation. It's just the nature of local government. So the ability of council to make difficult decisions in this kind of environment, more wants and needs than there are resources and capacity to provide them, requires, and this has been a constant theme today, a fiscal strategy and strong financial foundation. Without that, you don't have the opportunity to fund referrals, strategic goals, etc. You also need to make trade-offs. You're going to have to do that. You can't vote for everything. Balance competing priorities. That's a real challenge for council. You've got, these are not, there's no low-hanging fruit that you can eliminate. Most of these are really good ideas and would serve the community. So you have to balance out what's going to serve the community better. Collaborating with council colleagues, doing this in a collaborative fashion, compromising, making your case, hearing the case of the others, doing what's in the best interest of the community, very important. And I'll get to the principles of effective prioritization in a moment, but I should have added one more item on here. Trust between council and staff, and how important that is in this prioritization process. I've worked with staff now multiple hours getting ready for today. They put in a lot of time putting these referrals together. They're taking them very seriously. They're tracking them. They want to be able to accomplish your referrals. Very clear to me. And they're doing the legwork in order to make that happen. So just real quickly, there was a discussion in June when I did the one-on-one conversations with you before the July workshop, in which there were some questions from some council members about trust with staff. And then I heard from staff, executive staff retreat in August about the trust factor between council and staff. I see that changing. You have an awesome opportunity here to continue to build that relationship, and I think that continued relationship is being built here today. Hopefully, the good work that council's doing, the good work that staff is doing, and the good work that council and staff do together. Okay, so that with that challenge, we can move over to some principles. And you have in your packet, you have an article, goal setting for traction. We've relied on that article for these principles, and they've come up a couple times today, but let me just review them quickly. When you're prioritizing these referrals and one-time funding requests, be realistic. What is actually attainable and can be achieved? Similarly, focus on a few priorities. What is reasonable and manageable? You can't fund everything. So what is realistic? What is manageable? What's reasonable given capacity and resources? Create a process for narrowing the list. We're going in just a minute, review the prioritization process, and then we're going to vote and rank, or you're going to vote and rank, and staff's put a lot of time developing that, leveraging your current council prioritization process. Align council's referrals with council's staff strategic goals and staff's administrative work plans. These referrals that you've all submitted, they need to roll up into the strategic goals. They need to fold into the strategic goals. Your strategic goals are big, right? These are your big aspirations. Underneath that, you have objectives, and underneath that, you have council referrals. At the same time, these referrals need to be operationalized down into work plans to ensure that they're implemented. So they're in the middle. Referrals are in the middle. They're below strategic goals, but they're also then set the stage for additional set of work plans so that staff can actually implement them, which moves us to number 5, results require accountability. Staff monitors and makes progress on implementing these referrals that get voted in today. Report regularly to council, make adjustments as needed, to the implementation and work plans, and ultimately staff then becomes accountable for producing results with appropriate council oversight. So with that as the big picture, let's get into the nuts and bolts of the prioritization process, and then let's vote. Matt, you want to take it?
Thank you, Sean. And I just have,
I'd like to have one question before you move on.
Yes.
So on the transportation and transit, if you can help me understand, so it says amount zero, is there, because from my understanding, this is for shuttle services to be expanded to the airport and hospitals. So why is there a zero?
because we have not cost estimated that
Oh,
yet.
that's
So half of the priorities we have, half of the new referrals we have cost estimates for, and half of them we don't. And so we don't have a cost estimate for that yet.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. All right, and we have a.
I think we have to do some housekeeping before we do vote. And if I'm going on the council-initiated proposed one-time funding. Since number 4, 21, page 21. Number 4, I think I brought this up about 3 or 4 years ago, about the flooding right in front of the library, because I think at that time we had a 100-year flood or rain. There was apocalyptic climate at that time. So because it's 2.6, and I think during the briefing time, this would be better placed when we talk about CIP. So this is 2.6 is not going to make it. So I am withdrawing this one. It can stay on the, Daniel?
Correct.
It can stay on it, but we don't have to vote for it.
I want to bring that back as part of the CIP and see
Right.
what's feasible.
Thank you, Councilmember. And that is a unique one, and that one actually isn't on the voting list. So that will have what you said. We will do.
And the other one is the one that I add, because I got feedback from the residents, especially the seniors, to have the smart vehicles to go to the regional hospital. The regional hospital it used to be Alexian Hospital, I think.
Yes.
It's not on the list, but yeah,
Yes.
so add that.
Our recommendation, if you agree, would be that right now there is an item on the list saying the smart shuttle to the airport.
Can
And
we
if that gets prioritized, we can analyze both at the same time.
Can we add the regional hospital to
Correct.
that?
Correct. We can't reset the name in the voting
That's
yet,
all
but
right.
as long
That's
as you're all aware that we will add that if it gets prioritized, yes.
Yeah, and the one that I said before, that instead of having a career fair or workshop, because there's no hiring, there's a hiring freeze, it's irrelevant. So I would like to have that doing business in a workshop for contractors doing business, encouraging doing business to Milpitas instead of a career fair. That's what
Correct.
I'm trying to explain.
Thank you. And we've made, since we received that feedback from you as a project sponsor prior to today's meeting, we have incorporated that already in today's voting.
Right, I just want to make that clear. And also, I can sense that some of us, like the staff recommended proposal, one-time funding, I would like to get feedback from the council if we can defer this one, if that's page 20. I mean,
So Councilmember,
The prior
if
slide.
I could recommend, so we have a slide a little later on where we're asking you for your funding recommendations on what to fund. And so you're absolutely at your discretion to have that discussion right now, but you can also have that discussion when we get to that slide and we're asking you for specific recommendations on what to provide funding towards today. So it's at the will of the council on whether you want to have that discussion now or a little later.
yeah, I mean, it depends on the rest of the council, whatever is comfortable.
What Your original plan, so I stick to the.
Original plan was to move forward, and then you'll have the opportunity
we'll just go
right
with
before
your
the
plan.
voting to make these adjustments and recommendations.
that.
I just wanted to make a comment on
manager?
this, on the smart shuttle with regard to it going to the airport and to regional. Part of why we didn't put it on the one-time funding is because as part of that conversation at the council level, we also looked at increasing the cost for those specific rides. And so we are going to come back with a proposed cost for traveling to the airport and to regional. And if there is a requirement for funding, we'll have that in that report as well. But we did want to be mindful that the fee on those special rides would increase slightly.
Yeah, they should.
That's good. Okay, thank you,
Okay, very
Mayor.
good. So now,
Sure.
Matt will give an overview of the prioritization process, and then we'll jump into
We
it.
have
Yes,
one,
yes.
more from Vice Mayor.
It may be late, it may be moot, but it's worth mentioning, right? So if you look at the recommended completed referrals, my senior discount, it says that the initial analysis was completed and it's on hold. So is there a way to resurrect this, or it's done and I have to prioritize it again? And I know
What
historically,
page are you on?
this is page 12,
These are already completed?
number 15.
Yeah, so we won't be voting on the ones that are already completed. That was information.
Right. So that's the question, right? So if you look, because I'm privy to this and how it went during from the first time that was prioritized, it was on hold.
So we discussed putting that on hold to make way for the business license tax
Now
work.
that we are going to do it
And
on the
we'll-
26th, so what are we?
So we were going to get some survey work done and then come back in December with the survey results to understand how the business license tax would move forward. And then obviously it's an issue of timing as to if we're going to concurrently with a business license tax, do we ask for a mandated senior discount? We had discussions at that level with during the briefings with council members. So there would be an opportunity as we get further along on the business tax to consider the timing of the senior discount, but at the same time, my understanding was after those briefings that there was an interest in putting it on hold until there was more information about the business license tax and whether it was even feasible in November 2026.
Right, because I did remember that briefing because we were looking for November 2025 for, 2026 for the business tax. And it predated it even the business, this idea has predated the issue of the business tax. So now, we're looking at saying 2026 and there's an alternative of 2028. So are we shelving this forever? Is this something that, because we spent money on this one already and there was an incomplete survey at that time. So where do we categorize it?
City Manager?
Yeah, I'll just real quick. Yeah, so we did an initial survey, as you mentioned, and then we did the staff level a very much more thorough survey of local businesses and restaurants, and presented that in briefings to members of the city council. And based on feedback after those briefings, and based on the concurrent need to really focus a lot of a hefty communication plan on our business license reform this year, the staff recommendation through those briefings was to, and it seemed like it was on board, was to kind of place it on hold right now, not to eliminate, not to stop, but just to kind of place it on hold while we focus on the communications on that for the business license reform, and then have another discussion in the near future with the mayor and city council on whether to continue it or not.
So under what category can we put that currently? Where can we put it?
Why don't we create a separate list that we could put on hold or pending additional information, that because we could add, one of the items that we could add here is also item number 13, where this is one that's completed, because as we do the RFP, we're certainly going to put item number 13 as a requirement for the RFP of having a police office where the city-owned parcels. And so we could create a separate list and just track it as these ones are, the work has been done to complete it. It's just, there's more implementation as we get further along.
Yeah, like that. Let's do that. Okay.
Good. Does that work, Vice Mayor?
All right, as long as the timeline to check on it again, right? Because, if you coincide this with the business modernization tax, we can go as far as 2028. And this has been a brainchild since 2023 or 24.
The 2023.
Yeah.
Yes, we as City Manager Santana mentioned, we can commit to continuing the discussions and keeping it on a special list of items to keep talking about when to reinitiate the discussions.
Okay. Yeah, because this this was worked on by former city attorney, and if you only look at that ordinance, there are gauges and there can be some adjustments, and that's why as it predated some. That's why it was recommended to have a survey at that time, depending on the response of the survey, of the study, then relate back to the drafted proposed ordinance at that time and tweak it to cater for what businesses would do. We never cross that line. So that's why I said, it should be either we pronounce it dead now or we put it on some sort of, a category.
Yeah, our recommendation was on hold, as we have in the notes here on the presentation. Not. So that's.
Right.
We'll
Okay.
Very good. Are we ready to move on?
Yeah, we sure are.
So
Okay. Matt's going to just walk through
Wait,
quickly.
wait,
Councilman
one more
Merlan
clarification.
has his.
Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. On page 20, I also agree with Councilmember Chua that we might want to defer that. We have raised enough questions, and I'm not sure we all understand every single issues relate to each item. So I also agree with Councilmember Chua that we need to defer this.
Is that what you wanted to say? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Can you clarify exactly what you're going to do about on your item? You were saying, are we going to defer it or?
I
put it on
can
the list?
share real quick,
Yeah.
Mayor, if you don't mind. So first, we're going to ask you to vote on what there's going to be two steps here. One is funding aside. We're going to take those 20 items, 6 existing and 16 new and 4 existing. We're going to ask you to rank those, which ones are you want to move forward to the prioritization list. And then we're going to ask you to sort those by highest to lowest priority. That's the first step that we're going to ask you just in a few moments. I just have a few quick slides and ask you to do that. Then after that's completed, so we have a ranked priority list of what's most important to the mayor and city council, then we'll talk about what you want to provide funding to today. And my recommendation is, as part of that second part of the discussion, we can re-raise the discussion on whether we want to fund the items for the staff from the staff recommended list or not. But it's at your will, but I think we have a place in our presentation where you can raise that again.
Okay, so what page are we starting on?
So we're on page 33. I'll go through this quickly, a few quick slides, and then we'll get to the voting. So page 33 in the slide presentation. So
33?
33. So we've already done step 1 for some time now. We've reviewed the lists and had a lot of discussion and feedback. Step 2, if you recall, in bucket number 2, there are 16 new recommendations from the mayor and city council, new referrals. What we're going to ask you, and this aligns with how we typically and traditionally do our council prioritization, we're going to ask you to go through a voting process to generate, of those 16, 30 to 50% of those that would move forward for further review and possible implementation. 30 to 50% is, it's actually technically between 5 and 8, but we were recommending that between 6 and 8 of those move forward. So once we have between 6 and 8 of those, it could be in one round of voting or multiple rounds, we'll then stop that process. And then we'll add those, let's just say 8 come out of that. We'll add those 8 to the and we'll go step by step again here. 8 to the existing 4, so there'll be 12 total. And then that in step 3, we'll ask you to sort and rank by what your highest priority one is to what your lowest priority one. And then we'll bucket those after we get all your rankings and we consolidate that to what are the high priority items, the important items, and the nice to have items. And then after that, we are recommending a step 4, which would be if once you look at that list, you want to make adjustments and edits to it, you could make a motion, and through what we're recommending is a supermajority vote to move items between, swap items on the list or replace an item with another item. And then that is not, we still haven't gotten to funding yet, but then we will deem that process complete. We'll have a ranked list of the high priority, important priorities, and nice to have priorities. And then after that, we will we will ask you which items in the high priority list you would like to fund today, and whether you want to also fund the staff recommended items. So with that, yes.
Let me be clear. So we're going to be voting on 16 new items.
Yes, correct. In the first round of voting, it'll be 16.
Does that mean I have to go back to all these pages and?
Well, we can put it on the screen. I can put it on the screen.
Yes.
Yeah, but well, no, actually, so the IT department's done an amazing job, and so you're gonna have a link on your screen that Daniel will explain, and so you'll be able to click on that link, and they'll all be listed there, and you can pick. You're gonna get 6 votes in the first round, and you're gonna pick those ones that you that are most important to you. And those that get the majority vote will then move forward, and we'll stop once we get between 6 and 8 that have a majority vote at the city council. We'll stop that process.
Okay. So it'll be 1 through 16.
So we're going to get, no, in the first round, there's going to be 16 items. You're going to get 6 votes. They're all equal. You just vote on 6 items that you want to move forward.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's no ranking that you need to do. We just need to pick your 6 favorite items in the first round, push them into, you'll see when you get the link, and Daniel can help you out, help all the council members out if you have trouble with the link. So just, again, you'll see 16 items and vote on 6 of them that you would like to move forward. And then we'll tabulate the results, and those with the majority of council move forward. And we may need to do multiple rounds. If for some reason only 3 items come out of the first round, we're going to have to do another round to kind of get more items.
Okay. We have Councilmember Lam?
Yes, is this the right time to get clarification on bucket 2?
Yes, bucket 2 is the list that you'll be voting on now. So right now is the best time to ask.
To ask, okay. Now, bucket 2, number 1, I need clarification on number 1 and number 10.
110.
Yeah.
Okay. So number 1, right now we have a mural program policy, and as part of that, a subcommittee, right, of our public art, a subcommittee reviews the mural. I asked actually Renee to come up and explain this real quick so we can just get it right the first time.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. So as part of the mural policy, the Arts Commission does identify locations for murals, and then there's a stakeholder group that's formed that includes an arts commissioner and people that live in a neighborhood, or if it's near a business, maybe a business owner is part of that stakeholder group. They review the mural applications, proposals, and they select a mural that will move forward with being painted on whatever the surface is. So I think the referral request is to take a look at that policy and potentially add the Arts Commission as some sort of review or allow for input as part of the process, rather than just the stakeholder group.
Okay, so the Arts Commission, so right now they have, when the city's going to do an art project, what they do is they select a selection committee, and what that selection committee kind of narrows down, and then they take it to the commission. So my proposal is, why have a selection committee? Just take it to the whole commission, because that's why they're appointed, to be inclusive, not to have a selection committee kind of, just narrow it down. It should be all the commissioners should be involved in that. That's the whole point.
And Councilmember, you asked about number 10 as well. And so the City Council, as part of past budget cycles, has established a reserve for strategic land acquisition, specifically land that can generate revenue for the city in the future. And we have about 700,000 and change that is currently in that reserve. And we've received some feedback from City Council members about enhancing that reserve and making it bigger, so that if an opportunity to purchase a property comes up, we'll have more money in that fund to buy property. There is not a current property that we've identified, but this would help build that reserve in case an opportunity presents itself in the future. This would add $200,000 to that reserve if it was prioritized and funded.
So
One
this,
question for you, Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember Land.
Yes. Would you share with us, Matt, what is our reserve right now?
It's, I have it in this other, let's see, it is $710,000.
710. And you would like to increase it by 200?
Correct. If this is prioritized by council and funded, it would increase it by another 200,000.
Got it. Thank you.
I believe it's called the SARP. I think, what's it called, Alex? SARP or something?
SPAR funds.
Oh, SPAR.
Strategic Property Acquisition Revenue Fund.
Okay, thank you.
This item is intended to buy land only.
Correct.
And then the reason being, because sometimes when recessions come, you know, they come and go, a lot of properties become devalued, and they're basically, they're affordable during recession. So it's good to have a rainy day fund, so when the opportunity does come, and a good opportunity, the city will have the funds to acquire property for this, for the citizens, for whatever, maybe a YMCA, I don't know, maybe a community museum, I don't know, something. All right, thank you.
Any other questions about the referrals before we move to the voting?
I don't see anyone else.
So Daniel's coming up. As mentioned, there's be 16 items on the list, and we're not asking you to rank number 1 to 6 in favorite order, just the top 6 that you would like to move forward.
Thank you, Mayor and the Council. So your display in front of you should have changed over to the voting screen automatically.
So I do have another question.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'll ask Renee to come up again, but we have a current program which we allocated money from today, actually, where we have $25,000 annually that we can use for fee reductions or donations to nonprofits that are benefiting Milpitas with their events or their programs. What we have received some feedback from members of the City Council to see if we can put additional money in that fund and expand the uses for that fund. So it could be, we would have to go through a policy work if this gets prioritized to see how far we can expand that use. But City Manager Santana has mentioned in the past, she's had examples where maybe a council member has wanted to buy some DJ equipment for a community center or for a nonprofit or something like that to benefit kids. And so this would provide more money in that fund for the mayor and city council to provide critical needs out in our community. And if this moves forward and is funded, we would develop a policy on how those funds could be distributed that we would have to bring to the city council for discussion in the future.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that it? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you will have 6 voting items. Please select up to 6 items, and please use your mouse or the touch screen to submit your items. And as the voting process progresses, City Clerk Gazetta will narrate the results. And if you have any questions, I'll be able to answer for you.
Can you give me a couple of minutes 1 minute to second.
Councilmember Lian is all set up as well. Yeah.
Mayor, Council, this is our traditional voting method for prioritization. Round one of voting is now open. You will please select up to 6 items. Once you've completed voting, please select the submit button. I will announce once we are completed voting, and I will display the results on the screen.
Okay. So they're all, what's on the screen is the same as, in the same order that's on our handouts? Are they in the same order?
Daniel
is,
said
Mayor.
yes, yes.
Here we go. Just do a mouse. What, I lost one? Okay, submit.
So just a reminder that you will have to scroll down to see number 16.
We have 4 of 5 that have finished voting. We are waiting on one final member. The first round of voting is now completed. We have 3 winners. I will display my screen so that we may see the results. From Mayor Carmen Montano, we have the round 1 selections of Referral 1, update the mural program policy. Referral 3, to explore the expansion of the smart transportation services. Referral 5, add 3 police patrol vehicles. Referral 10,
No, I did not do that one.
which one did you not do, Mayor?
I did not do R5. I did 3. I did 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, I'm missing, yeah.
Mayor, we can reset your voting.
How do you reset it?
You're going to reset it.
Oh, okay.
We will reset and then you can make your selections again, Mayor.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, your round of voting is reopened. You may need to refresh your screen in order to make your selections.
Okay. Which one is it? Which one's the
One that circles.
Okay, there. How come it's not the same? Yeah, it's not the same.
Update mural. There's, you did revise.
Yeah, but remember I had asked if
If it was the
this
same?
was the same, and it's not the same. That's why. Okay, now I have to go home.
There's R2.
That's the first one. Would have been easier if it
I think it is the same, but you moved one, so everything moved up.
was. Okay.
The first round of voting is now closed. I will display the results on my screen. From Mayor Carmen Montano, we have the following selections. Referral 1 to update the mural program policy. Referral 2 to revise the youth scholarship policy. Referral 3 to explore expansion of the smart transportation services. Referral 10 for the strategic land acquisition revenue reserve fund. Referral 11 storefront and crime prevention business initiative. And referral 16 to review flight paths over Milpitas. From Vice Mayor Barbadillo, we have Referral 3 to explore expansion of smart transportation. Referral 6 to create status updates for citizens to track their police reports. Referral 7 to add function to online police report system. Referral 12, Council Community Fund. Referral 13, Council Special Events Fund. And Referral 14, the ADU permit subsidy. From Councilmember Chua, we have Referral 2 to revise the youth scholarship policy, Referral 3 to explore expansion of smart transportation services, Referral 4 for the Ring Doorbell Neighborhood Initiative, Referral 8 to install AI cameras to police patrol cars, Referral 11 for the Storefront and Crime Prevention Business Initiative, and Referral 14 for ADU permit subsidy. For Councilmember Lamb, we have Referral 3 to explore expansion of smart transportation services, Referral 5 to add 3 police patrol vehicles, Referral 6 to create status updates function for citizens to track police reports. Referral 7 to add function to online police report system to allow for citizens to upload photos and videos. Referral 8 to install AI cameras to police patrol cars to detect issues. And Referral 13 for Council Special Events Fund. From Councilmember Leanne, we have Referral 1 to update the mural program policy, Referral 3, expansion of smart transportation services, Referral 4, Ring Doorbell Neighborhood Initiative, Referral 8 to install AI cameras to police patrol cars, Referral 10 for the Strategic Land Acquisition Revenue Reserve Fund, and Referral 11 for the Storefront and Crime Prevention Business Initiative. There were 3 items selected from this round. Those were to explore the expansion of smart transportation services with 5 votes. Referral 8 to install AI cameras to police patrol cars to detect issues with 3 votes. And Referral 11, the Storefront and Crime Prevention Business Initiative. We will now move on to the second round. I'll announce when that one opens. At this point, I will ask Daniel to provide additional information.
Sure. Council, so next round, you will still have option to select 6 items. And please note that starting from the third round, the items that receive 0 votes will be removed from the options list.
And Daniel, those first 3 items are removed already, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, those 3 items have been removed from the selection list. And please refresh your screen and you should see the second round.
Round 2 is now open. It's actually for 5 selections this time. You'll make 5 selections and select submit. Please refresh your screen if needed.
So how many do I vote for? 3?
There you go. They just drag them over.
Drag them over. Just clicking
Yeah,
on
click
it.
them over. Sorry.
Council, I apologize, I misspoke. We are targeting for 8 items at the end of the day. Because of the 3 items made through the first round, we'll be selecting 5 items. My apologies.
It didn't make it.
Number 8.
It didn't make it? Oh, okay, okay. It passed, that's why it's not.
Press 3 votes.
Okay. Let's see.
The 8 and 11. No, 3, 8, and 11 pass, so they're not on there anymore.
Okay.
And this round is now closed. I will share my screen to provide the results. From Mayor Carmen Montano, we have referral 1 to update the mural program policy, referral 2 to revise youth scholarship policy, referral 10, the Strategic Land Acquisition Revenue Reserve Fund, referral 12, the Council Community Fund, and referral 16 to review flight paths over Milpitas. From Vice Mayor Barbadillo, we have referral 4, Ring Doorbell Neighborhood Initiative. Referral 6, create status update function for citizens to track their police reports. Referral 7, add function to online police report system. Referral 12, Council Community Fund. Referral 13, Council Special Events Fund. From Councilmember Chua, we have referral 1 to update the mural program policy. Referral 4, Ring Doorbell Neighborhood Initiative. Referral 10, Strategic Land Acquisition Revenue Reserve Fund. Referral 12, Council Community Fund. And referral 14 for ADU permit subsidy. From Councilmember Lamb, we have referral 5, add 3 police patrol vehicles to be driven by low-cost or volunteer drivers. Referral 6, to create status updates function for citizens to track their police reports. Referral 7, add function to online police report system to allow for citizens to upload photos or videos. Referral 9, to build a hospital in Milpitas. And referral 13, a council special events fund. From Councilmember Leanne, we have referral 2, to revise youth scholarship policy to expand eligibility criteria. Referral 6, to create status updates function for citizens to track their police reports. Referral 7, to add function to online police report system. Referral 14, ADU permit subsidy. And referral 15 for the public-private partnership for Street Festival in 2026. We have added 3 additional items to the prioritization list. That would be referral 6, to create status updates function for citizens to track their police reports with 3 votes. Referral 7, to add function to online police report system to allow for citizens to upload photos or videos. And referral 12, the Council Community Fund, each with 3 votes. At this point, we have reached our initial goal of 6 priorities. We could have up to 8 priorities, and we will now determine if we will have...
Susan, so I don't mean to interrupt. So per our council policy, once we have between 30 and 50%, which 6 is over 30, it's like 38%. I just did the math. Our voting stops and then we move forward. And so that would be our recommendation at this time. These 6 would be combined with the 4 existing to rank kind of in priority order of highest priority to the nice to haves. So we recommend that's the conclusion of this round of voting.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Is that it?
So we would like a 5 to 10 minute break. So that what we need to do is put these 6 new priority council referrals in the system with the 4 existing, and then we'll come back and ask you to rank kind of highest to lowest priority. And I did want to say, when we've talked about this before in some briefings, and I also mentioned on the slide, there are a few of these that were just prioritized related to public safety that we may not be able to implement as they're shown and written here, but we will listen to the outcomes you're looking for and come back to the city council at a later date with further information. Our police chief is also here today if he wants to, if anybody has any questions or on those as well for additional detail, but just wanted to remind council of that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think it would always be good to have like the pros and cons. Maybe that might be something in the future to add for each of these initiatives. Not sure. Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break. Okay, thank you. Are we all ready? Are we all ready for this?
10, so 6 new ones and 4.
Are we all ready for this?
Thank you. So Daniel, there'll be 10 items, right? Yeah, okay. So once you, oh,
Okay, thank you, Matt. You can continue.
oh, sorry, go. Yeah, you, yes, yeah. Sorry, you didn't ask me to restarted the meeting, right? Yeah, so on your screen should be 10 items, and you rank, 1 through 10, which is your top to bottom, what is your most highest priority, and then the top one's going to get 10 points, and then when we add all the points together, we'll show you the point totals at the end, and we'll sort them by highest points to lowest points on the screen for you.
Sorry, Matt, but where do I find that list? Because it's not. my
Daniel,
screen.
Councilmember Leanne is looking for the link.
Is it on this link, Daniel?
Hi, Councilmember. It's going to be the same link. You'll just hit refresh on your page.
Got it.
We will total all your rankings together. And so, for example, if you take SMART to San Jose Airport and you each rank at number 1, it'll get 10 points from each of you, so it'll have 50 points. And then we're going to rank from highest points to lowest points and show you that on the screen.
So we do start now?
Mayor, council members, the ranking selection is now open. If you haven't, please refresh your screens. On your screen, you'll see the items listed. Please drag and drop the items into the order of your priority, beginning with the most important at the top, followed by the next, and so forth.
You don't drag it, you move them up and down in your order.
You move them, yes.
Okay, so this one?
What's your number 1, for example?
What do you mean?
Is that your number 1?
Yeah.
What's
That's
your
my
number 2?
Oh, then I pick a number 2?
Then drag it.
So drag it up.
Oh, I see.
Once you've arranged them in the order you prefer, please click the submit button at the bottom of the page. You may need to scroll down to select the submit button.
Oh, okay, I get it.
And this now includes the 4 that were prior.
How many are there? There's 10? Yeah. 10. Oops. One. So on, yeah, so you know how I picked? Because I think that was. That'll solve a lot of. Okay. On this one here, if we have a ring, street. It's not. Trans- Do they? It's ring. There.
We have received all results.
Yeah. Anyway, you can look into it.
Mayor, council member, we have received all of the results. I will now share them on my screen here. Starting with the high priority items. For the first priority, we have referral 3, explore expansion of the smart transportation services to San Jose International Airport for 39 points total. Second highest priority, we have referral 8 for installing AI cameras to police patrol cars to detect issues with 31 points. For the third referral, we have referral 11, storefront and crime prevention business initiative with 31 points. Those are the 3 high priority items. Next, we'll move to the 3 important items. Fourth, we have referral 7, add function to online police report system to allow for citizens to upload photos or videos to submitted reports with 21 points total. Fifth, we have referral 6, create status updates function for citizens to track their police reports that were submitted online with 20 points total. 6, we have referral 17 for a temporary police office on Main Street at 20 points. Then we'll have the final 4, which is the nice to have items. And that is going to be 7th, the Council Community Fund with 19 points. That is referral 12. 8th, we have referral 18, the develop a fentanyl policy with 18 points. Referral 19 is 9th, plan small business open house with 18 points. And 10th, we have referral 20 to revise and expand the animal cruelty ordinance at 8 points.
Thank you, City Clerk. And so in a moment, we just need maybe a few more seconds or maybe another minute. We'll display these on a PowerPoint slide for your kind of review and confirmation. So we're gonna just give us a few seconds to do that. And so I'll screen share. Well, actually, yeah, so I'll go ahead and let me back up. Are there any initial questions first? So we're just basically going to take this list and show it on a PowerPoint slide next. Before we do that, okay. Hang on one moment. And so we're still working on this slide right here. So what we're doing here, and Julie's finalizing, but I'll speak. So this is shows the high priority items that you just voted on, the important items, and the nice to have. And I would like to see if you, so our recommended next step is two things. And this is, the next slide talks about what you want to fund. But for now, for just prioritization, our recommended next step is for you to let us know if you want to have any changes to this. And our recommendation is if anybody does have any changes, that those changes are through a supermajority of the city council. And if you want to add something to, like, let's say, put something on high priority, we would recommend you swap it with something else. And so with that, our focus would be on the high priority items for right now, and we would come back to the mayor and city council with further information on the remaining items at a later date. So with that, I want to see if you have any feedback on this slide.
I do. I have a, so on the, I like the high priority. Those are all pretty good. The important ones, when on bullet 2, oh, actually 1 and 2, I'd like to hear from our police chief, because I don't know if we have the bandwidth, if they have the bandwidth to do that.
Sure. Our police chief's on his way, and then our IT director's here as well to help out with any questions.
Thank you, Chief.
Good afternoon, Council. Jared Hernandez serving as your police chief, and happy to answer any questions. Do we want to do a status function to track their police reports first?
Yeah, either, well, actually both of them, yeah.
Okay. So the short answer to your question about bandwidth is no, we don't. Currently, with our online report system, less than 5% of those have any follow-up. The reason is because our current practice is to screen all online reports by a supervisor and then have an officer, instead of them making that report online, to actually speak to an officer. And oftentimes what we find is when there's actual personal contact, there's actually more information that we find valuable that maybe the citizen didn't even realize was important. And so the online reports, it's really both, what I'm speaking to is really both the first issue and the second issue as far as status tracking, and then also photo evidence upload.
Do you think that could jeopardize an investigation, ongoing investigation? And then what if it gets hacked, if it's online? I don't,
I think the first one definitely could. I think what it would do is lead to frustration and extra work for our detectives. As council knows, we only have 9 detectives total, which includes the 2 supervisors that are assigned to that unit. Of the 7 line level detectives, 4 of them are supposed to be our special investigations unit doing proactive investigations. Because of the workload and the reduced bandwidth in that unit due to our overall organization size, our special investigations unit is actually taking follow-up cases and not doing the proactive police work that they're assigned to. So if we're going to do this, then those detectives are going to have to take time out of their casework to track their cases, log into a system, and upload it. On average, we take 300 to 350 police reports a month. Of the 300 to 350, about 180 to 200 are assigned to detectives. And some of those are followed up on, they're prioritized, and some are not because they're low level. Each of those cases often results in detectives spending a lot of their time writing search warrants, going through evidence, phone analytics, these different types of things. So we're going to be asking the detectives to now also track these cases. Because their caseload is so significant and each detective is carrying somewhere between 10 and 20 cases a month that are active, they will often change the status of the investigation based on information. For example, if a detective had an investigation and was to write a search warrant, that case is going to be switched to inactive while they're waiting for the search warrant returns. And that's how we track their given workload on any given day. So it's not as simple as we're just going to change the status from open or closed, because the detectives have multiple different levels, and they would have to be constantly going into the system to update it, which is going to take away time from the limited resources that we have. For the video or picture upload, going back to personal contact from officers, they're able to go through and even sort through what's important and what's not important. A citizen might have a picture of somebody breaking into their car in the middle of the night, and it could be a dark figure with their hood on that has no evidentiary value. And we would be paying to store this data if they were to just automatically upload this information into a system without affording us the opportunity to screen it at the beginning. We currently utilize Axon for evidence.com. That's how we store our digital evidence, photos and videos. If we were to add this, we would, for unlimited storage, it's about $50,000 a year, reoccurring. And that's something that we don't know how much people are going to upload. You can have residents uploading an hour worth of video because they think it's important, but it really has no evidentiary value. So there are some concerns that I have if we were to move forward with these. I think they sound great, but fundamentally and operationally, it will change how we currently do business.
Yeah, I appreciate you. I think if a lot of us would have known that, probably wouldn't have voted that. Maybe next time we could have a pre-briefing or something on some of these items. But yeah, because even with me, even on my cell phone, if I have so many photos, then I get blocked out. Then I have to pay more. So I can imagine. And then you're talking about a huge population, and there's with crime and they want to make sure that the crime is solved. So you're gonna get bombarded with a lot of photos and videos.
And we're required to save it. For misdemeanors, 3 years. For felonies, 5 years. So this is data that may or may not be useful.
Yeah.
That we would be holding on to.
Yeah, I could see that. Oh, well, thank you for that. Yeah, I'm not, well, I had heard you earlier, and so that's why I didn't vote for any of these. Even though, yeah, ideally, it sounds great, but realistically, it's very costly. Yeah, thank you. So, anybody have any questions? We have Councilmember Barbadillo. Vice Mayor,
All right, I'll give you a scenario, Chief. I heard you loud and clear, right? I have an existing police report at the station. I come in and update it. Whoever takes my intake updates the system. And it will not be a detective, I believe. So, or a police officer that's gonna take my statement, then they said, okay, we're gonna add this to the report or whatnot, right? They decide. So what's the difference? Let's say, it is my first time to see this two today, but I voted for them. I thought it's for convenience and until I heard you. But what would be the difference? Let's say online, he put the same story.
So online report, the reason that we implemented online reports several years ago, it was because people wanted information reports for insurance purposes.
Right.
They wanted a case number.
Mostly,
And
yes.
it wasn't a great use of resources in those circumstances when there was no suspect information to have an officer taking that report. So we implemented the online reporting system for that purpose.
Mm-hmm.
We still screened the reports because we didn't want to miss the opportunity to investigate something that should be investigated.
Right.
And so when somebody enters an online report, the sergeant, usually the midnight shift sergeant, is screening those reports. About 1 or 2 online reports each week are rejected because there's some type of follow-up where we can potentially investigate and identify a suspect.
Right.
Those reports are intentionally denied in the system, and they get a notification that a police officer is going to contact you because you have suspect information. So in my opinion, it's best to reserve the online reporting system as it was intended for those information reports where somebody needs a case number because they want their insurance company to fix the damage to their car or repair their window. Major crimes you can't report online anyways. Robberies, those types of things, you can't do it. Most burglaries we end up denying or sending an officer after the fact because we want to check for fingerprints, we want to check for DNA, we want to knock on your neighbor's doors and see if there's Ring video footage and those types of things.
Right.
And so from a service level perspective, what we're doing now affords a better and more personal experience for our residents than allowing them just to upload all this stuff online, which is going to then take other resources, which we have very limited as it is, to now screen all this stuff after the fact. We'd much rather do it up front, not put up the extra cost to store this data. Daniel could talk about the technical side of risks, with viruses being uploaded and those types of things. I'm only talking about police.
I'm just trying to
Operational,
understand.
yeah.
As you said, it's already happening. There's screening, and if you look at it just says create status update function for citizens to track their police reports that were submitted online. It's going.
They have it already.
They have it already. They will just want to see a status update.
Yeah, the status update, same thing. That's what I was talking about, the statuses of cases that are being followed up on. If it's a case that's going to have follow-up, the detective's contacting the victim because it's part of their process. They're going to re-talk to the victim. What did you tell the officer? So they're going to verbally tell them the status of what's going on. As that case is continuing to be investigated, its status is going to change multiple times depending on what's going on. If a search warrant is served to a phone company, for example, and they're waiting for phone data, that may or may not lead to a suspect. That case becomes inactivated. Doesn't mean it's closed. It's still being worked on. So imagine a citizen that sees a case that's in an inactivated status for 60 days or 90 days. They're going to be pissed off at the officers that they're not doing anything for the last 90 days. But in reality, the officer or the detective is doing something. They're waiting for the returns. Once they get those returns, that status is going to change. So if we want to keep the community as aware as possible, they would have to be constantly updating it. So these 9 detectives are going to be stopping their work so they can go sort through their 50 cases or 20 cases that they have each month to regularly update that status so the person that reported it can know the status. Those things are already happening, probably not to the volume that we would hope just because they're so busy. But that initial contact is happening already, and it's an in-person contact versus somebody just looking on a computer and saying, case open, case closed, case inactivated.
You're complicating it. My question is very simple, right? You already said that there's certain kinds of reporting that you can do online.
Correct.
And these are the things that you're talking about that requires resources, the detectives investigate and whatnot. This is simple. It's just, we're not changing your policies on online reporting. If you say that, they're going to report simple misdeeds or crimes for purposes of, claiming the insurance, that's all probably is on this priority. It's not changing the existing policy of now you can report a felony online and submit all the evidence about that. It's just about, my understanding, as I said, right? It's just those are allowed already. If there's a car break-in, right? I believe that's allowed, right?
Correct.
Right.
With no suspect information.
Right. So they put it in. It's just that same thing. If I come in person, okay, wait 10 days, right? You give me a card, 10 business days, and the report is ready. Same thing. So instead of them coming to the police station, it's just that they check and it shows anyway. So it's not about the high crimes that we require, resources from detectives. That it's just about being updated. Let's say the simple, already reportable online things.
Those would not be investigated. So there's no status to tell them. They submit the report. There is no investigation.
It's available. I have done that, right?
Right.
You have an engagement in the streets. They give you a card, say, hey, we're going to write a report. Let's say there's an accident. We're going to write a report, but it's going to be available 10 days after, come to the police station. So I think that's the one.
So I think that you and I are having a miscommunication because my understanding from council members Lamb's suggestion is the active case status of where it is in the investigation process, not that it's available to be received by the public or not. Online reports are almost immediately. We're talking just 3 days, and that's not something that we need to necessarily make a portal for. It could be something that when they log into the system, it says, online reports are generally available 3 to 7 business days.
Right.
That's simple. If that's the request.
Going on now, or we have to call the police station and say, hey, is the report ready?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if it's on the website for the online, but that's a very simple addition. One of the things I was speaking to Councilmember Lamb about is there's a lot of language when you go
Okay.
to an online report because we want to make sure the right type of reports are being received. We could modify that, streamline that language, and include the report will be available after X number of business days.
Right.
Very, very easy to do.
Okay, I misread the context. I thought it's as simple as a convenience. So same thing with the online police report system, those readily and allowable crimes or reports to be reported, then maybe a solution for that is, put a certain size to upload. I upload with the immigration system, as an example, I'm limited to 5 megabytes. You have to compress it, you have to do it, and then that saves a space and storage. And at the same time, they will not upload robbery videos because it's not allowed to upload as a police report anyway, those kinds of cases. So it will be just simple.
The process of uploading is simple, you're correct. But what it changes is the staff that needs to go through there to evaluate that is what I'm saying. It's an operational change. The technology exists, it's simple.
Right.
You also have to consider that the case numbers have to remain consistent. Anytime we take something as evidence as a police department, we have to be able to catalog it to a specific investigation. So the way that we would do that is utilizing our existing system instead of creating a new one, which would be through evidence.com, where you can associate the actual case number that's generated to that bit of evidence. To do that through the third party has a cost. And what I'm trying to express is that oftentimes what somebody thinks is important evidence, investigatively, their investigative value of that evidence is not actually important because it doesn't show anything. It shows the crime happened. We know the crime happened. Your window was broken. The video that shows some nondescript person breaking in the window is of no evidentiary value. And so I'm reluctant to pay money to store evidence that we screen already currently in advance to store this information for any purpose. Once we receive it, we're stuck. We have to keep it until our retention policies expire. So we're holding on to a picture of some person in a service that we're paying for that means nothing to us for no reason.
If that picture is associated to a case that is reportable online. So I'm making a distinction, right?
Mm-hmm.
If, again, I had a fender bender in the streets, right? And then probably I can report that online to you, right? What
You can.
evidence will I will not take a picture of whoever, but let's say an insurance card or at least a photo of the damage, and that's it. And the way to correct that is, as I said, limit the size of a picture, and then make a rule that, if you're submitting more than this, just come to the station as regularly as you come. So again, I don't know that Councilmember Lam proposed this, but it's, to me, when I see it, it's just for convenience. Because I request police reports most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Then I will have to go physically to the police station, fall in line. I have to be there prior to 5 p.m. and things like that. And, when I saw this, it relates to the community, right? As simple as reporting something for insurance purposes, as grave as reporting something about felony, which now we have a distinction. Higher crimes come to police station. This online convenience isn't available for you. Smaller ones that can be resolved readily or mostly for purposes of just putting it in record or for insurance claims, which are allowable anyway on our system. I think that's just that.
I understand what you're saying. And
We have Councilmember Leon on the line as well. So.
Can I respond to Councilmember Vice Mayor, please? I agree with you. It is a convenience, but we would be paying storage data fees for the convenience of something we will never use. Using your vehicle accident as an example, the case number, the report, the picture, it's not going to matter to us. It's going to matter to the insurance company. So as easily as the person can report that online and get the case number and tell the insurance company, hey, I reported it online to Milpitas Police Department, here's the case number, and here's the pictures I took on my phone, and give that to the insurance company, great. Yes, it is convenient for somebody to upload a photo, but I'm trying to speak to the value or that it has to us is very limited. If we want to pay for it, it's fine, but we're not going to use it in most cases because the way we currently screen our cases.
As you said, as currently now you can reject whatever they submit, right? Then it's the same. Make an automatic rejection if it's on a certain megabyte or something, or it's something that you will review anyway. If they come and deliver it personally, just reject it. Then it doesn't come on online uploading.
If we use Axon, it would. And the moment that it hits that server, we're required to save it for the retention period of either 3 years for misdemeanor or 5 years for felony. Once we receive it, we can't just not. That's why we pre-screen. We don't want to take in a bunch of stuff into our evidence room or store this stuff if it has no value to what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay, but that's it. But just last one. Let's say I upload something and the system rejects it. I'm going to come to the police station anyway and log it myself. So that's the point, right? It's really just the noticing. It's really just the status of me that I can check on it at night instead of rushing to the police station before 5 p.m., falling in line and spending my day there. I think that's the spirit of this one, for convenience. And if you say it burdens resources, let's talk it over. What kind of resources would it be burden? And let's see if there's some additional funds that we can put into it for the purpose of satisfying the needs of the community. That's all it is. I understand, big cases, yes, you can. But, the small ones, small cases, mostly for purposes of...
So we have Councilmember Lian online. And then after that,
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Chua. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is to Chief Hernandez. Well, when I voted on this item, I was not aware of the amount of staff time it would require, given the very limited resources. I now recognize that this could be a big burden and a significant burden on the police department, and I want to acknowledge that. But after this vote, we still come back to discuss on if it's feasible or not. Is that true, Matt?
Yeah, and
I wish that we had Chief up and shared with us before we, voted on it.
Yeah.
yes, I understand. Thank you for that feedback. And
I would like to, Councilmember Lian and also Vice Mayor Barbadillo, I do wish we would have had the opportunity to provide the briefing because the chief, you would have had the luxury of hearing that information. There's two choices. And I think Councilmember Lian was going to one of the options is we could continue to have the item advance and speak to the complexities and hear it more formally as part of a staff report as we return. Or Councilmember Lian, you were one of the votes to support this item, as was the vice mayor. The proper parliamentarian or governance way of doing this is that if you are one of the votes that was doing this and would like to have that vote reconsidered, you would have to ask for reconsideration of ranking these two, one of the items or both of the items, or and say you either want to reconsider your vote, and then we can do the ranking again for an additional 2 referrals. It would be no different than if the council took a vote at a council meeting and there were 3 votes to support the item with a council majority, and then a council member reconsiders on the dais and then says, I would like to motion to reconsider my vote, and then change the vote. That's just proper Brown Act governance. I don't even think it's Brown Act. Robert's Rules of Order and all the other council code of conducts.
Yeah. So doesn't
great.
this...
If that's the case, then yes, I would like to reconsider my vote.
Okay. So doesn't this skew everything up? So maybe we should...
We'll have to do another round and find 2 more
So let's have
policy partners.
Councilmember Chua.
Before we do that, I would like to hear from Councilmember Lam because he's the one who presented this too. Please clarify. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead,
For the first one, for checking the crime status, I want to bring the council member attention that last year, when the city proposed Measure J, the city did a survey asking the residents what's important to them. And it turns out tracking and investigating crime is one of the top importance to residents. So this is consistent of what I experienced during the campaign. A lot of residents has raised these issues, especially the ones that file police report, including myself. I have filed a couple of police reports in the past, and I couldn't find a way to upload photos. It's very simple. My cameras detect whoever tried to burglarize or break into my car. At nighttime, it wasn't clear, but at least a photo shows the police who did it and the shape of the person, and it shows partial of the face. So it might be important for police to identify the person. I felt uploading, I'm sorry, I'm cross the two things. I felt it's important to have a way for residents to upload the photos and videos, especially many of us has cameras at home. Our neighbors might have cameras. If our cars are breaking into or being stolen, our neighbors or ourselves may have short video footage, 1 to 2 minutes. It's not long. Most of the time, those cameras are limited to 1 minute or 1.5 minutes in most cases. Very rare that cameras would record more than 3 minutes. So for uploading photos and video, I felt is essential for police to solve the crime. Obviously, I heard today that police chief thinks otherwise. But a lot of time, I filed a police report. The next day, a policeman came to my house, take my report verbally as well. And also, he will ask me do I have any video or photos? I submit to them. So it's the same thing if I could submit online. I don't see any difference. Submit online and submit to the person who asked me. As far as storage-wise, we have storage is very cheap these days. I don't think we need to go outside for paying someone to storage. We can pay storage is very cheap today. And it could be a isolated server, so people can upload photos and video. It doesn't impact our security system, if I understand correctly. So the police can go to that particular servers and retrieve photos and video and review it. If they don't find any usage of it, they could delete it at any time, just like giving the photo or video to a person. But at the convenience of the residents, they upload already, so the police can do their investigation immediately. It doesn't need to do an extra step going to your home and ask for those footage. As far as tracking, my intention was if I file a police report, it doesn't matter online or in person, I would like to find the status, what's going on. It doesn't have to be complicated description. I just want to know, is it in progress or in investigating? Just a few words. to find out just the status. Perhaps it's been reported or in progress or resolved or dismissed or whatever. So it's a few words to give the whoever report the police report a indication this is still going on or has been closed. It's a valuable information, especially for the person who filed the report. Yeah.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I also think it might not take as much time as police chief was saying. It's just few words saying, okay, in progress. The investigated person doesn't need to update until he close the case or find some new informations.
Okay.
I don't see it doing it every day. It's just do it once or twice to keep people informed of the status, what's going on in that case.
Thank you, Mayor.
So before I move on to Councilmember Chua, so I'm going to ask Councilmember Lian, after hearing Councilmember Lamb's report, do you still want to reconsider your vote, or do you stay as is and then wait till staff comes back and does a full report and with the chief's feedback? What would you like?
I would like to reconsider my vote. I disagree with Councilmember Lamb on the fact that you said it may not take much, only a couple of times a week or a month. You know, for some of us to relay a message, it takes like 10, 15 minutes, let alone this is the whole photo in that big drive that staff has to go through and look and sort things out. We don't know how to do their job. And this is placing trust in a professional. So I'm gonna reconsider my vote. Thank you, ma'am.
So you're going to rescind your vote, and I don't know the process of that, but I want to have a Councilmember Chua make whatever she had to say.
Can I respond to her comment?
I want to ask Councilmember Chua, and then we'll go to you. She was in line.
See, it's obvious that there's some kind of not enough information, or I don't want to say misunderstanding, but it's not enough information to really intelligently vote, because we were not given the background or hearing both sides. Now that I heard both sides, I think before we even consider to readjust the vote, why don't we give Chief Gerard and the sponsor of this to hash it out, figure out what is the best way to address these concerns, if there is a way. I think the chief and Councilmember Lam, who is the author of these two suggestions, need to sit down and really hash it out. That's where I'm coming from.
Thank you. Since Councilmember Lian, she mentioned that she wants her vote rescinded, and so I'm going to give Councilmember Lam the opportunity to address her concerns.
Yes, I'd like to address Councilmember Lin's comment. Councilmember Lin is mixing the two, reviewing the video and photo and tracking. Reviewing the photo and tracking, I believe the police is doing that right now. Right. So she's mixing the tracking. What I was commenting, updating is the tracking. It's not the reviewing the video and photos.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm going to refer to our city attorney to give us some guidance here.
Sure. So for parliamentary procedure, a motion has not been called. That is, the question has not yet been called. Councilmember Leanne has indicated that she wants to reconsider her vote, which was a consensus vote for prioritization. So there isn't a motion needed to reconsider because no motion has yet been taken. Her request is therefore a request to go back and reconsider and reprioritize, and that is her privilege.
So,
Can I just add?
City
so
Manager?
The voting for round one would stand because that was R3, R8, and R11. So what you would be doing is reestablishing the voting for round two, which was R6, R7, and R12. We could keep R12 because that successfully made it with 3 votes, and we're looking for 2 other priorities, knowing that Councilmember Leanne has asked to reconsider.
If Councilmember Leanne reconsider the vote, does that mean it didn't get 3? Does it mean it didn't get 3
Yes,
votes?
yes.
For this 2?
Right.
Oh, I
But
see.
wouldn't
So-
that
so
be
we have to go back
a motion?
and read.
And then if somebody's
No, to clarify, the question has not been called, right? There has not been a motion and a second and a vote. The question on the subject before the body has not been called. That's why we don't need a motion to reconsider. Councilmember Leanne has exercised her privilege to ask for reconsideration of her vote. So the opportunity for affording her to be able to exercise that privilege is everyone gets to go back to that moment and to re-exercise their votes, however they may wish to. Councilmember Leanne has signaled that she no longer believes that her vote was cast in a way consistent with her understanding. And so she's exercising her privilege to go back and to inform the council of her views through the prioritization process.
Okay.
Is there, on a side note, is there anyone else that would like to change their vote now that you have new information on this? Or if people still stand on
To be
their
clear,
vote?
no one formally has to also ask for that. She's asking for her privilege to be respected, to go back to that portion. If any other member at the same time wants to reconsider their votes during that session, we can do that. If for some reason someone else believes that there's an earlier part of their prioritization that they want to reconsider, they can ask for that too. But at this juncture, the only request is already bringing that opportunity back.
Yeah, and I want to give her that opportunity because that is her right, her vote. So,
just
Councilmember,
before, it's her
Leanne?
right. I respect that. It's just that we're not on the same page. You know, a point has been established, right? That it's been happening. The only difference is making it online. It's been said that, you know, there are crimes that cannot be reported online, and they're gonna go to the police station anyway. So we're not changing the policy or the procedure right now. We're not increasing the workload and resources because it's the same. If Councilmember Lam comes to the police station, make a report about burglary, he gives you 10 unrecognizable photographs, you will deny it anyway because, as you said, they may not have any evidentiary value. Same thing online. If it does not meet the requirement of one size or the requirement of it being relevant, it's gonna get denied anyway. So I don't see the difference. Like I said, that's why I voted for it because I thought it's as simple as that until Chief tells us that it's going to be an extra burden for the department if this goes through. So before anybody could even reconsider what they want to reconsider, which is the right, understand what are we reconsidering? Are we reconsidering what I just said? Or are we reconsidering because of the understanding is the way Chief has understood the priority?
I would like to make a motion that for the IT and the police department to review these 2 items and present to us at a later time. So we have a better understanding.
You can clear it up with Chief now. just tell them
So-
what you want. Is it something that they can do? And if it's not based on the understanding of what you had initiated, then there's a motion on the floor.
Right.
So we need to go back to Councilmember Lin. She wants to rescind her vote. That's the issue at hand. So that's what we need to take care of right now. And then,
Sorry, so procedurally, we have an issue here. Councilmember Leanne has exercised a privilege to go back and to reconsider her vote. We have not yet acted on that because, as different members of the city council were stating, they thought additional information was needed before we actually did the act that Councilmember Leanne has exercised her privilege on. So there's still an action pending. There's an indication from council of wanting to have some more discussion before we actually take the action Councilmember Lamb has requested. In the meantime, Councilmember Lamb has made a motion to continue this item and remove it from the list. I'm going to have to ask exactly for the formulation of what you're asking for, which is, are you asking for those items to be removed from the prioritization process today?
No, I'm asking for the police chief and the IT director to provide us more information for implementing this two items.
Okay, then as I understand the issue, what was stated in the information provided was if prioritized by council, if these two items were prioritized by council, then staff would have to come back with an implementation report about how it could be done. So your motion that you're making sounds like something that presupposes the prioritization, if you're not asking for it to be taken off.
It seems like some of the council member feel they don't understand the entire issues, and also they felt the staff has not briefed on us before we vote. So my motion is for them to at a later time after they do a study, they brief on us, and we can vote on these two items.
Okay, so to clarify,
we have
your
we have a
motion,
better understanding at the.
okay, clarify your motion. You're not moving to have these items taken off of the prioritization process today. Okay. You're moving instead to have staff come back at a future time for a report on these items and an implementation.
So we have a better understanding.
That's the motion that you want to bring? That's the motion you want to bring?
So we have a better understanding whether to go forward with this.
Okay, then what you are, then by the council bylaws and handbook, what you're defining is new business, if it is not what is currently being agendized, and the proper place for that motion would be in new business.
but doesn't that need to be nullified before you can, can't we just nullify it and then come back at another time and revote?
Yes.
So can you want to just do that? Just make a motion to nullify it, come back and vote for it? Is that your motion?
I'm not sure what you mean, but I want to hear what Vice Mayor is going to say.
Hold on a minute. The heck? Can you do, city clerk, can you turn on his mic?
Okay.
Okay.
All right. No, there's I think there's wrong with the procedure, right? So I agree that Councilmember Lin has a privilege. I'm not questioning her intentions and decisions, right? But that will affect our vote too, because we're gonna reconsider our vote. The issue is deeper than that. The reason why we casted our vote a few minutes ago is because we have different understanding of these two proposals. Now, we're understanding that there may be several meanings, meaning that it may be, Chief may be right, that it may burden the department because of what he sees as a, how do you call it, a scope of this priority. Here's Councilmember Lam saying that, no, that's not the scope of what I am proposing. The scope is simple. So now, if you tell us that we go back and recast our vote without clarifying what's on the table, then it will invalidate everything and it will reorganize the priority that has been set. So I think what should happen is we reserve the privilege of Councilmember Lin as mine and as Councilmember Lam. Let's figure out if what we had voted originally is the version of Councilmember Lam or the version of Chief. If let's say it is the version of Councilmember Lam. Now the question is, now we know what we're going to revote for again. We know what, because I will exercise my privilege too, like Councilmember Lin. Because I didn't understand, my understanding of the original vote I casted is different from what we're discussing now. So it must be, the solution must be before those privileges get exercised.
That's absolutely, to clarify the parliamentary procedure. Leanne has exercised her privilege. Before you go through re-ranking those items, reprioritizing those items, you can have discussion, including to clarify any of the items. To the council's contentment.
You're good.
What I was speaking to is merely Councilmember Lamb's motion, which was asking for a presentation to be brought back at a later time. And I was clarifying that my understanding of that motion, if not removing these items for prioritization, is it's effectively doing what the act of prioritization would be and what the council bylaw said has to be done as a new business motion. So I'm speaking merely to the motion, clarifying discussion before reprioritizing is within the council's discretion.
Yeah, that's just the only way, But the thing is, that was put on the second round of prioritization vote. You want to undo it, it has to be undone on everything, procedurally.
So
right?
the city manager, do you have something to say? Oh, okay. Oh, it's the guest. No, I know that there's a motion on the floor. And would you restate your motion so that way we can vote? And as I mentioned, we can always amend the motion, and then we still have the issue about Councilmember Lin wanting to rescind her vote. So,
or
But
Councilmember
Mayor,
Lamb.
before we do that, my request was in first. I requested to, to get my votes changed and to address Vice Mayor Bobadil. You said, if I am going to understand Councilmember Lambs or go with Chief Hernandez, of course I'm going to go with a professional who is doing every day his job, leading that department. And with that, I understand you guys don't have the same agreement. You don't vote the same thing. I do have my privilege, and I would like to change my vote.
As I
With
said,
all due respect.
deeper than that, yeah, I can recast my vote, right? But the item that we're voting, I differently understand it. Councilmember Lam differently understand it, and I respect that Councilmember Han Lin has a different understanding. So how could this council vote on an item that has different understanding? There's no question. She has the privilege to recast her vote. Councilmember Lam has the right to forward any motion. But the issue is deeper than that. We're going to decide on something that we're not on the same page. So I think first we have to resolve that.
that's exactly why I wanted to nullify it, start over again, but with an explanation from the chief to all of us.
So that was going to be my suggestion. Councilmember Lamb, here's my suggestion. Withdraw your motion at this time.
Withdraw it.
That's fine. I will withdraw my motion at this time.
Okay. at which point Councilmember Land's privilege has been recognized by this council. We're going back to reprioritizing those items. Prior to that, I hear the desire for a discussion to clarify exactly what the request for prioritization is on items R6 and R7. So perhaps we can, Mayor, it's your direction, perhaps we can have a very clear discussion in an expeditious way.
Right. So, should I make that motion?
No motion is required. Privilege has been exercised and recognized by this body. We're going back to prioritization. We're in discussion.
Okay. So there.
All right.
Just need to rewind everything that's said. Now let's figure out.
Let's
Let's
have a
figure
good
out, is
discussion.
it Chief's understanding what's presented before this body, or is it Councilmember Lam? We don't need to rediscuss it, right? I don't know who's
Well,
going to.
no, we need to discuss it because that was part of the,
We did,
somebody else might want to have a clarifying question.
Ask if there's any
right.
questions.
Are there any questions? So I'm going to be honest, when I first saw that, I was going to vote yes. Yeah, this is anything to do with, police tracking, making reports, anything to do with law and order, But when I overheard you talking to Lamb and they said, oh, no, this is not what we want. It's going to overburden the police department. And and then plus the cost. So this is, I thought it was going to be more, getting the criminals, that kind of priority.
Right.
But it's now that I know, but I think all of us, I
We
think,
don't know yet, Mayor.
yeah, that's why we want the chief to explain and to,
Chief's understanding of what's on the table, or is it as simple as Councilmember Lam put it? Then if that's clarified, we can vote.
Okay, if you don't mind, I'll start. Is that okay?
go ahead.
I can't state Councilmember Lamb's intention behind his initiative. He will have to do that. But areas that I am unclear on through the discussion that I've listened to and participated in is that there's been a bleeding over between online reports versus in-person reports when it comes to case tracking. I believe I heard the Vice Mayor refer to online reports. I believe that Councilmember Lamb said it was online or in-person reports. So that's one area to clarify. The other part to clarify would be what is meant by status of the case. I understood the Vice Mayor to believe it to mean when they can get a copy of the report. I heard Councilmember Lamb indicate that it was the status of the investigation open, under investigation, inactive, or closed. So I think those are areas where we definitely need to clarify the request. The other part that I did want to mention relative to Vice Mayor Barbadillo's question about availability of reports, if it's reported online, it's immediately available to the resident as soon as it's accepted. In-person reports are different because they have to be processed through the records division. So those take about 7 to 10 business days. We can be better as a police department communicating that. I'm not saying that there's a problem there. I don't know because I haven't taken a report in a very long time, but I do believe that the officers are mentioning this at that time. The other part about that I want to mention when it comes to citizens uploading pictures or videos, regardless of their length, if we're not going to utilize the current system, which is our axonevidence.com system that we pay for, then we would have to have IT create another server for it to be uploaded. Daniel will have to speak to the challenges with that, but what I will speak to is once you do that, there's no way to associate whatever's uploaded to the case number. So it's going to take somebody to log in there and say, oh, what picture is it? Oh, this one, it goes to this case. So that is all going to take time in slowing it down. Currently, the way that it works, I heard Councilmember Lamb say that he did a report and he wanted to upload something. And instead, an officer contacted him. It's exactly the process that I described to you. And as a result of that officer contacting him, it would have been a better contact for us because they would have been able to ask questions of him that he might not have thought to put in that online report. So what I heard him say is that the system worked exactly as it was supposed to. Maybe there was value in the pictures, maybe there wasn't. But even if there wasn't, that personal contact affords us the opportunity to make a better link to everything else that's happening throughout the community. Maybe there's a vehicle break-in rash. He might have been the only one in his neighborhood, but maybe there were 10 others on the other side of town. And because of that personal interaction, we were able to put that together. That may not be the case if it's just being loaded online. They're throwing some pictures in there, and nobody's ever getting a chance to look at it because of other workloads. So I did just want to put that very open to any questions that you may have.
Any questions? So, you know, it is getting rather late, and I was wondering if we could do come back another time to do new business. I'm not sure what, or should we continue? What is do you have a comment? And let's have a,
What is left, Mr. Kano? What is
Oh, I'm
left?
sorry,
Is there,
Councilmember. So after
what
this,
is left for us to do?
so after you finalize what you want on the high priority, important, and nice to have list, which it sounds like we may redo one round of voting. Then we have a slide that is the funding you want to allocate to items today, and then that's it. That's what we have planned. So if you wanted, we can go as soon as you're ready. Daniel has a system ready to go. We can do one more round we can redo a round of voting with there's 10 items that didn't make it through the first round. And then we would add these 2 items to the list. So it'd be 12 items that you would vote on. And you'd each get 2 votes. And then so 2 or 3 items would move forward back onto this list as a next step, once you're done with this clarification.
I'm wondering if the council wants to continue this at another time, or do you want to just finish it up? What is your thoughts? What did you say, Vice Mayor?
Okay.
Because
we
it's
want to hear more on the
oh.
Probably it's more prudent and fruitful if we continue it, because we have I think more clarifications needed on the staff recommended prioritization funding. Right? Remember, prior to that, you said, okay, let's defer it to the end, so we can wrap things out, sorting what's this all about with regards to these 2 items that will affect the police department, and we'll have more time, not rush on the staff recommendation for funding.
I believe it's been a really long day. I think maybe can we piggyback this on our next city council meeting, or add it in there?
The October 21st is scheduled to be a very heavy meeting, which is why I sent an email recently to the full council that we will need the 28th, October 28th as well, which was being held already for a special meeting. So I would recommend we find other time, or you get through the voting, and then we come back with the other portions at maybe the November 4th meeting. Unless you want to defer everything until November 4th.
Just defer everything.
I would defer. I would recommend to defer it till the November 4th.
You want to defer okay, so we're just, maybe
That's my
if the city attorney can just clarify for the record of where we're leaving off, because I don't want to have that confusion when we come back on the 4th.
Okay.
So where I see things as standing is Councilmember Leanne has exercised her privilege to reconsider those votes. That has been accepted, so we are reconsidering that prioritization item. As stands, we have prioritized 3 items so far. There will remain, 4 items. We have prioritized 4 items.
Yeah, 4.
They will come back at the next session to prioritize those 2 items, which have, from the remaining list. There will still need to be a ranking of all of those items, as well as a determination on whether to prioritize and fund. And there still remains, just if we do continue all remaining business on this item, there would still remain funds to be appropriated, as well as use of those existing one-time funds, which would be delayed until at least November. So those are the items of business, as I understand it, that remain. If the will of the council is to move to continue those items to a later meeting, You can do that with a motion and a second.
Go ahead. We have Councilmember, we have Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Right, so just clarification, when you say we will reprioritize, we will start again on the first round.
No.
No, I thought that the will of the council, as I understand the current view of the council is confident with the 4 items that have so far been prioritized, but the remaining 2 items that need to be prioritized for that 30-50 rule, that you want to come back to do those at a later date.
Right, but the problem with that is, with the 4 and the 2, they were considered already on the first round. So depending on the ranking on the first round, it will affect the second round. So now if you keep the first round as it is and just prioritize 2, then the algorithm of why it came to round 2 is no longer, has no integrity because it's already considered for prioritization on round 1. These 2 items were already part of round 1. So it's either you have to redo everything.
Councilmember
To
Lin?
not complicate, to not complicate it, this situation, and when we come back in November 4th, I know we will forget 90% of what we discussed today, and it's a waste of staff time and our time as well. So why don't we finish up with just voting? Let me change my vote because I'm entitled to, and then we go from there with the, what am I saying? Finding the budget for it, it can be on November 4th, but let's finish up because we're at the very end of this.
Because when you change your vote, I have concerns with my vote too. Because all the while, both of us thought that the item that we're voting for, that's why we voted for it, is the way we understood it. Now we're figuring out that it's not the way we're understanding it, and you're understanding it differently, and I'm understanding differently. So even if you have your privilege to recast your vote, then it will affect my vote because if I agree to vote on the same level, I don't know what I'm voting for. Is it your understanding of the item that I'm voting for, or is it the way I understood the item that I'm voting for? So you have that privilege that's given.
Okay,
It's
I get
respected.
it.
It's just that we're not on the same page when you exercise that. So we preserve
it.
that, we discuss, we clarify, then now you exercise your privilege, withdraw your vote. Now both of us understand what we're voting for and our votes are fair game. I think that's,
Like I said, let's just go ahead and set it for that other date, and then we'll figure it out.
Okay.
Staff will figure it out at that time, if it changes the algorithm, which I don't think it will, because I think we all are aligned. But yeah, let's just do that. So, is there a motion?
So move.
Second?
Very, very quickly, because it did change what we're coming back with. And I want to make sure that the business that's being continued, which is the choice of the council, is clear. As I understand the business that remains to happen, there have been 4 items that have been prioritized, right? The first 3 of them were prioritized without the issues that we've been talking about as needing reconsideration. There is then an additional 4th item that was prioritized. And as I understand it, the will of the council is to keep those 4, but to come back for reconsideration of the last 2. Is that correct, or is that
one
not the
question?
motion?
You may be correct. Here's the question: when we choose the 4 that you're saying we're going to preserve, did we include as a choice these 2 items?
Both of those were, so in the first round of voting, both R6 and R7 were included as options. They were not selected by a majority.
Right.
The only items that received a majority were the first 3 items that were prioritized.
Right, but on the first round, they were not selected, but they were part of the choice. So it has affected, the way the first round was prioritized. So if you do not undo the first one, that 4 may not have been the same on the second round. So
then
figure it out.
Well, okay, so then
Let's go home.
Figure it out.
Let's redo the whole thing. Yes.
Right.
Even if we have to redo the whole thing, you guys figure it out. We're just going to come back because it's getting
Yeah.
late
Let's
and
redo the
we're
whole
getting
thing. It's
antsy.
easier.
You guys figure it out, okay? All right. So
Wait, we need a motion to continue, so,
I think it was Barbara, Vice Mayor said motion to continue.
Right.
And then I second it. Now
So
let's call for the vote.
the motion is whatever we had discussed in the record, so move. As how are
The
we going
motion
do
is
this?
to defer the voting, the entire voting, redo the entire voting to November 4th,
So move.
with a second by Mayor
Second.
Montano.
Second.
I will now call for the vote. That is Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
I,
Councilmember Lian?
Sure, aye.
Mayor Montano?
Aye, and, okay. And so I think this is a lesson to be learned. Maybe we need, but this is an opportunity. It's also an opportunity to find out how to make things better, right? You know, this is an opportunity. So, all right. Go ahead. Wait.
Something about it, so we understand what it's all about.
Yeah, so it's an opportunity to make it better, to make the
Yes.
process better, so.
Right, the idea came on the prioritization even without.
Vice Mayor, Vice Mayor, your microphone.
We're all for law enforcement.
And I just want to thank the team. I want to thank the team, all the directors, and particularly IT, Matt and Julie, as well as Sean, our facilitator. There was a lot of work on their part to get us through today. So just thank you,
Yeah,
everyone,
thank you,
for your hard
everyone.
work.
Thank you, staff.
And we'll be back at it November 4th.
Thank you, bye.